is approximately 6 o'clock. We will dispense with some of the normal procedures we have at regular board meetings because we want to get to the presentation and public comment and provide as much time as possible for all of you to come up and speak. On that subject, I want to encourage everyone to please refrain from expressing support or non-support for anything anybody says. It's imperative that there is civility and respect for everyone here, regardless of their position. We will extend every courtesy to you, and we expect the same in return. So the more time we have for people to come forward to the podium here, the more people we'll be able to hear. So we're going to keep any interruptions to a minimum if possible. There will be a hard 3-minute limit, and that's to allow everyone that wants to speak the opportunity. I've already alluded to conduct here. I want to commend everyone that was at the previous board meeting for the respectful way that you acted and conducted yourself, and so we'll keep that theme going. The format is when the public is addressing this board, it will be to come to the podium here. We will call your name to come up, and as soon as we do, we will call the person that will follow you, and if they will come forward, we'll try to retain a seat up here where you can be ready quickly to move in place of the person that's made the speech, because that's going to expedite more people to be able to talk. When you come to the podium, we request that you address the board, not the public. So that'll make it a lot easier for everybody to understand what's going on. I think the presentation will take into account as many possible issues that have been posted on social media. I know all of you have been pretty active on social media. I've been fortunate enough to be invited to join several sides of the subject. I apologize if I didn't comment on anything. I don't think that's my place, but you will be able to follow this. If you would like to take a screenshot of this screen over here. We're broadcasting the media, this meeting on both Facebook and Twitter. So feel free to take a photo of the screen with our Facebook and Twitter information. Post it on your social media to your friends, so if they want to watch, that's fine. Don't forget to like us on Facebook. Anyway, we've got a lot to cover, and again, I'm personally very appreciative for you showing up. And boy, this is like a rock concert. We've got more people here than. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the comment section over to the General Manager for San Jacinto River Authority, Jace Houston.
All right, thank you, Lloyd. Folks, the way we're going to do this tonight, we've got a staff presentation that we're going to go through first. I think you'll find a lot of this information very helpful. I've asked our Director of Flood Management and Water Resources, Mr. Chuck Gilman, to present this presentation to you. So we'll give him some time to do that, and then afterwards we'll begin the public comment process, and we'll start calling names. And as Lloyd mentioned, we'll call the person speaking, we'll call the person on deck, and we'll try to keep things moving right along. I want to note up front, this could be a long meeting. We're going to try to keep moving on through, so please don't be offended if I have to get up and go to the facilities at any point, or any one of the board members. We will stick it out as long as we can, but we just want to keep things moving and try to respect your time. So with that, Chuck, go right ahead.
everyone hear me okay? No? Okay. Supposed to reach from here? May need longer arms or some help? If you don't mind, something. Now broken. All right. One of the things that we've tried to do, we did post the presentation online earlier this afternoon, and you'll notice in the file there's page numbers at the bottom. So as I'm going through the presentation, if you can't see the screen, I'm going to try to remind you as we move through the discussion exactly what slide I'm on. So just a quick overview of what we want to cover tonight, some facts and details about Lake Conroe, Lake Houston, and this temporary lowering initiative. I will give a brief summary of the 2018-2019 seasonal lake lowering, report to you some lake levels and rainfall data, and also want to talk a little bit about some of the other downstream mitigation projects that are in progress or are in the queue and soon to begin. So let's start talking a little bit about Lake Conroe and Lake Houston. This is a graphic that shows the entire upper San Jacinto River watershed. And this is important because I want to come back to this exhibit several times tonight, but you'll notice Lake Conroe up here in this pink area. The area shaded in pink is the watershed that drains into Lake Conroe. The area shaded in pink is about 450 square miles in size. All of the other polygons you see here are different watersheds, creeks or rivers, that ultimately drain down into Lake Houston. Total upper San Jacinto River watershed is about 2,800 square miles. So as we talk about the initiative, the areas where we are looking to create storage is in Lake Conroe. We do have a joint operation strategy with the City of Houston. I'll talk a little bit about what they're doing in Lake Houston, but the objective is to reduce riverine flooding, and what you see here in the green polygon, the West Fork of the San Jacinto River. Been a lot of questions we've received by email and social media of just how much water makes its way down to Lake Houston from Lake Conroe. This is a pie chart that shows all the different watersheds that contribute stormwater runoff down into the Lake Houston area. And this is for a 100-year rainfall event. And this does use the new Atlas 14 rainfall standards. But as you can see, Lake Conroe contributes about 14% of the flow that would make its way down to Lake Houston during a 100-year event. Also want to point out that a 100-year event does not happen every 100 years. We've probably had a 100-year storm every year for the last 5 years. It's just the statistical chance, or the probability, it's a 1% chance on average of that storm occurring every year. And in the life of a 30-year mortgage, you have about a 26% chance of incurring or observing a 100-year storm event. A few facts about Lake Conroe. The surface area itself, from a plan view looking down, surface area is just under 20,000 acres. The capacity is 430,000 acre feet. To give you some perspective, acre foot is just a unit of measure. It's a volume that we use in the water industry, and 1 acre foot is about 325,000 gallons, just to give you an idea of what is an acre foot. That's the maximum amount of water that can be stored by permit in Lake Conroe. 100,000 acre feet of that is permitted for industrial or municipal use. Those rights are shared with the City of Houston and the San Jacinto River Authority. I'll talk tonight about conservation pool, and what does that mean? Conservation pool is for Lake Conroe's elevation 201, and that's the level with which we are permitted to store water. It's the highest the lake can rise before we're required to begin releasing water from Lake Conroe. There are 5 gates on Lake Conroe, 5 Tainer gates, large gates. We have a small service outlet that we send the small flows down to the City of Houston when they request. But the 5 Tainer gates, they primarily control the release of water, 40 feet by 30 feet in size. Also wanted to mention that when the lake was constructed, there is a flowage easement that was purchased in and around the lake. So although the lake conservation pool is 201, we do have the ability to store water up to elevation 207. And and that helps us to reduce peak flows during rainfall events. So the water coming in will be greater than the water being released. And as I noted, any water stored above elevation 201 does eventually have to be released. Also wanted to point out, because we heard a lot of questions and comments about constant level lake. The Lake Conroe is a water supply reservoir, and so it was not intended to always be at a constant level. Of the 430,000 acre feet that is in storage, 100,000 of that is permitted for use each year. And again, those rights are shared with the city and the Sjra, 1/3, 2/3 partnership. To this day, the city of Houston still pays 2/3 of the operating cost of the reservoir. And 2/3 of the water in the lake being theirs. When they desire to have that water, they call the River Authority, and they have the ability to ask us to release their permitted water from the reservoir anytime they need it or want it, regardless of the lake level. Go ahead, Matt. Also had a lot of questions about the gate operations and why we can store water and why we don't store more water. So on the screen, there's two photos, and they're each side of the tainter gate. So I'll start with a photo on the left. This is referred to as the downstream side. So if you can imagine driving down Highway 105, getting out of the river, and if you walked up the river and you came up to the back side of the spillway, this is what you'd see, back side of the tainter gate. Here's the top of the gate right here, and the water surface is probably right around in here. It's the downstream side. If you were in a boat and you drove up to, although you can't get this close, if you were able to get this close, what you would see at the gates is the photo on the right-hand side. That is conservation pool, elevation 201. So there's 18 inches of freeboard, we call it freeboard, space between water surface elevation, top of the gate, before water spills over the top of the gate. From an operations standpoint, we cannot and should not allow water to overtop the gates. So as the lake rises, as this water level rises, the gate rises at a certain pace, and water spills from beneath the bottom of the gate. Water does not go over the dam, water does not go over the gates, does not go over the earthen embankment. It is released from the bottom of the tainter gate. 5 tainter gates, 30 by 40. Talk a little bit about the initiative itself, and the board took action on the initiative initially in 2018 as a temporary measure, and their motion was made in such a way as they wanted to begin the program with these temporary seasonal lake lowering strategies, and temporary meaning until downstream projects such as the dredging are complete. So temporary meaning it was not permanent, and I don't believe staff has ever recommended to the board that it be permanent, nor has the board discussed a permanent lowering of the lake. So that's when we refer to this as a temporary seasonal lake lowering. Temporary was meant to describe the duration that the initiative may continue until other downstream projects are complete. When we talk about seasonal, it's really lowered, or storage is created twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. And it's important to note that under the program, we're not saying that the board is not suggesting and the staff is not recommending that every spring 1 foot of water be released. The objective is to create 1 foot of storage. So normal conservation pool is 201. We would attempt to lower the lake so that the lake is at elevation 200. We've created 1 foot of storage in the reservoir. We would start a gradual reduction at the beginning of April and continue to lower the lake through the month of April with the goal of creating 1 foot of storage or putting the water surface elevation at 200 feet by the end of April. Leave the lake at 200 through the month of May, which is typically a rainy season, a lot of spring storms, and then begin recapturing water June 1st. We would not continue to release water after June 1st. The fall, we're looking to create 2 feet of storage. And again, not release 2 feet of water, create 2 feet of storage, and maintain a water surface elevation of 199 feet. Would be a gradual reduction starting August 1st. We would attempt to reach elevation 200 if the lake is not already low by the middle of August. Reach elevation 199 by the end of August. Remain 2 feet low or remain at elevation 199, providing 2 feet of storage to the end of September, And then again, recapturing flows October 1st. Excuse me. So I just wanted to make the point. The purpose of the initiative is to reduce the impacts of riverine flooding down the West Fork, ultimately ending down in the Lake Houston area by creating additional storage in Lake Conroe until other downstream projects, not only in the Lake Houston area, but in many of these other watersheds in Harris County that were included in the Harris County bond election. So I mentioned we also working with the City of Houston on a joint operation strategy. So whereas the River Authority is creating storage capacity on a seasonal basis in Lake Conroe, the City of Houston is also taking steps to lower Lake Houston when there is rainfall in the forecast. Their conservation pool is 42.5 feet. They do drop the lake 1 foot when there's 3 inches of rain or more in the forecast. Not the observed rainfall, but when it's in the forecast. In 2019, they had lowered the lake a total of 9 times to create some additional capacity in Lake Houston. We're often asked the questions of, well, why not just pre-release from Lake Conroe? And operationally, this is very problematic because when we look at a total watershed that's 3,000 square miles in size, the weather predictions are just not accurate enough for us to decide when to release water. We run the risk of making downstream conditions worse by filling the rivers, saturating soils. There are a lot of other communities and cities that rely on that conveyance capacity in the West Fork between the 2 lakes that really do not want the reservoir full. And in addition, we do have property owners immediately downstream of the 5 Tainer gates that could be adversely impacted for early releases. So talk a little bit about the difference between the 2 reservoirs. Maybe hard to see, the very top left corner is Lake Conroe. Green line represents the West Fork of the San Jacinto River. And down at the very bottom is Lake Houston. So 49 river miles between those 2 reservoirs. So if we were to begin releasing water from Lake Conroe, it would take over 24 hours for it to reach Lake Houston. And our weather forecasts are just not accurate enough to give us 5 and 6 days notice. Conversely, City of Houston's Lake Houston, smaller reservoir, according to a 2011 Texas Water Development Board volumetric survey, there are around 134,000 acre feet, as opposed to 430 with Lake Conroe, 430,000 acre feet. So for them to reduce a foot of depth in the lake is much less water that has to be released because it's a smaller reservoir. Surface area wise, it's about 11,000 acres, as opposed to Lake Conroe, over 20,000 acres. You'll notice also that Lake Houston in this graphic is about 12 miles from the beginning of the bay system. This line right here is Interstate 10. And this is really the beginning of the ship channel. So from the beginning of the bay system down actually into the Gulf is probably another 15 miles. Less residential and commercial development immediately downstream of Lake Houston, which allows them to make some releases on a pre-release basis instead of creating temporary storage on a seasonal basis. I want to shift gears just a little bit and talk about some of the engineering studies that were conducted. There seems to be a lot of questions about whether the board's decision was based on science or engineering or not. There were 2 studies that were done prior to the board taking action. The first study really looked at the impacts to water supply if Lake Conroe were lowered 2 feet and 3 feet on a temporary basis and also on a permanent basis. The second analysis looked at what would the downstream benefits be at various sections of the West Fork of the San Jacinto River if the lake were lowered 2 feet and 3 feet prior to a 100-year storm event or a 500-year storm event. So those are the 2 studies that were conducted. Touch briefly on the water supply study. These are the results of essentially what engineers concluded is that the firm yield of the lake is about 80,200 feet when the lake is full, conservation pool elevation 201. If it's lowered on a temporary basis, there's really no impact to water supply. If the lake were lowered 2 feet on a temporary basis to create 2 feet of storage in the fall, for instance, the firm yield would be reduced by 1,400 acre feet. And it's important to note that those studies were conducted under the assumption that the reduction in storage would only occur in August and September. This is the other study that was conducted, and it really focuses on the impacts downstream along the West Fork of the river when the lake is lowered. So I want to spend a little time on this. So the first half of this chart gives elevations. And so the DS, this first category here is for a 100-year storm event. And it's important to note this analysis considered a rainfall uniform distribution. This assumes you have a uniform 100-year event over the entire watershed. And this is one of the most conservative approaches that you can take in the modeling effort, because you see that uniform rainfall all over the watersheds, and all the watersheds that drain down to Lake Houston are going to respond. So they looked at several different sections along the West Fork of the river, just downstream of Lake Conroe, upstream, the U.S. is upstream of State Highway 105, confluence with Lake Creek, and then Interstate 45. This is what was calculated during a 100-year storm event. These are the water surface elevations. Feet mean sea level: 153, 149, 136, 124. As you would expect, water flows downhill, elevations are lower, water's moving towards Lake Houston. So if we were to begin a 100-year rainfall event at elevation 199 in the lake, or had 2 feet of storage, what we would see is a reduction of 9 inches in water surface elevation down at I-45. There are similar numbers when we look at a 500-year event. 2 very different rainfall events, similar results. There's still a benefit all the way down at I-45, a little bit more than 9 inches. And it's somewhat hard to grasp what the river looks like when it's flowing during a 100-year event. So I've created some graphics. These are not to scale, they're for representation purposes only, but if you were at the West Fork of the San Jacinto River at Interstate 45 and you were to drive by there today, normal flows in the river, the distance between the high banks of the river would be about 425 feet. During a 100-year storm event, when you're releasing water from Lake Conroe and other watersheds are also contributing, the benefit that we're talking about is 9-inch reduction over a river that's now more than a mile wide. It's now more than a mile wide. Sorry, Matt, if you can go back for just 1 second. And it's estimated to be, the water surface elevation is estimated to be about 8 feet vertically above the high bank. That's the volume of water that's moving through the floodway and the floodplain at I-45 during a 100-year storm event. And the river is more than a mile wide. Similarly, also hard to envision, but during a 500-year event, assuming the lake were to begin at elevation 201, the river's almost 3 miles wide. So that's more than 9 inches of reduction in water surface elevation at I-45 in a river that's almost flowing 3 miles wide. And you'll note down here that during that 500-year event, the lake is almost 12 feet above the high bank vertically. Just a bit of data on rainfall. Spent a lot of time researching records to get an understanding of when the rain falls and to better explain how and why some of the months were selected for part of this seasonal lake lowering initiative. And so by we, I mean the very talented staff of the River Authority, not me, collected rainfall data from 1973 to 2019, so from day one to this year. And the month of May typically produces, ecologically, the most rainfall. And that is the reason we talked about slowly lowering the lake through April, creating the storage in May, and allowing it to refill in June. Historically, from a probability standpoint, our greatest chances of tropical storms or hurricanes are typically August and September. And that was the reason for beginning that decline in August, attempting to reach a goal of 1 foot of storage in mid-August, 2 feet of storage by the end of August, continue that through the month of September, and allow the lake to begin recapturing flows at the end of September or October 1st. Also pulled data on average lake levels for that same span, from 1973 to 2019. And these are our average lake levels. And if you or if you average all of these data points, it's 200.00 exactly. but this is by month. And you can see it's not uncommon for January on average to be 199.54. May the fullest, as you can imagine from the rainfall we typically receive in May. But if you'll recall, I noted that any water above elevation 201 has to be released. So we are at full pull at 201, and then evaporation starts and other losses through water sales. And so the lake slowly declines. So these are our averages from month to month. And so in August, it's not uncommon for us to be more than a foot low. In September, more than 1 foot 3 inches low. And then October, almost 1.5 feet low on average. Quick overview of both reservoirs, some questions that we have collected through social media, through letters, through emails, and correspondence to the board. I want to shift gears now, unless you have any questions on those data. I want to talk a little bit about what happened with lake levels and rainfall during the 18 seasonal lake lowering initiative and the 19 season.
We're not taking questions from the audience.
He asked for questions.
Sorry.
From the board. He's asking for questions from the board. No problem.
So this is a quick look at the fall lowering from the 2018. There's a lot of data on here, so I'm going to try to take my time and explain what you're looking at here. The green line that you see represents the lake level, and the numbers that correspond to lake level are shown on the left side. And for those of you following along by a downloaded version, we're on slide 23. So this shows where the lake level declined. The blue bars you see are rainfall that were collected during that time, and the rainfall is associated with the right side of the y-axis. And then you have dates across the bottom. What we show is that the lake was low, below 201 in August of 18 when the release began. The lake steadily declined. We hit elevation 201, creating 2 feet of storage. By the end of August, 1st of September, the lake remained low through all of September. We did have some rainfall that saturated some of the dry soils, caught 2 very large rainfall events. End of September, early October, the lake filled back up. By October 20th, we were back up close to full pull on the 17th. And the lake level stayed at 201 and then released some of that water to bring it back down the conservation pool. And then the lake slowly lowered from evaporative losses and water sales. I did note what's shown here with this yellow line is what we refer to as a seasonal release. So this water that was released is accounted for by the City of Houston and their accounting plan that's submitted to TCEQ. They are accounting for these releases below 201 as a diversion, and they report that to the TCEQ. Just a quick overview again, when we're full, we're at elevation 201. We started the fall of 18 about 0.4 feet low. That was due to external losses. And then we stopped releasing at the very end of August because we hit the milestone of elevation 199, creating the desired storage. What was released is about 18,000 acre feet, which would be about 1 foot, slightly less than 1 foot of water from the lake. It's important to note that between the time we started this initiative, August 1st, and ended, a lot of water was lost to evaporation and other losses. And then again, we've reached full pull with the rainfall that came in October. October 17th, the lake was full again. It's a quick look at May of 19. This was very different. We received a lot of rain. We did start the spring event low. We were at elevation just below 201, very close to being full. We began lowering the lake. We reached the goal of creating 1 foot of storage by May 1st. We did have some rainfall in here. And again, all of this water that was released was accounted for by the city of Houston, including the water after we caught 2 large rainfall events. The lake rose back up again, and so they accounted for the release of all the water below elevation 201. Any of the water above 201 is considered a storm release. The River Authority kept track of those releases and those data, and then once we were below 201 again, the city of Houston began recording those diversions and submitted that to TCEQ. You'll notice there were 2, again, there was rain throughout the spring, but there were 2 very large rainfall events here that we caught with the 1 foot of storage, and it did provide some downstream benefits. So I want to focus on these dates right here in a little more detail. After the summary. Well, this is a quick look at our summary. Again, a lake was at conservation pool prior to April 1st. The seasonal releases ended May 21st. We released water the entire time to create that 1 foot of storage. We released almost 50,000 acre feet of the city of Houston's water, and we did not return to conservation pool between the end of May and August 1st, which is the date in which we started the fall release. This is the closer look that I was talking about. This is the rainfall that fell in early May. 2 inches of rain, 2 inches of rain. The lake began to fill, and then there was another large rainfall event here that did require us to make some small releases. However, there was a very different rainfall pattern that was taking place in the lower reaches of the watershed, and this storage actually provided a significant benefit to those in and around the Lake Houston area. These are 24-hour rainfall totals during that same time, and you'll see almost 10 inches of rain that fell up here above Lake Houston. Not uncommon to see 5 and 6 inches in and around the lake. And so having that storage in the upper reaches of the watershed allowed us to reduce our peak releases and reduce peak flow in the river and also peak lake level. Our max release during that event was 2,131 CFS. Our peak lake level was 201.44. And if we did not have that foot of storage, our peak release was modeled to have been around 5,400 CFS and a peak lake level of over 202.2. So this is an instance where having that storage in the upper reaches of the watershed certainly provided a benefit to those communities downstream all the way down to the Lake Houston area by reducing peak flows in the river. This is that same summary. This is for the fall, though. This is for August to October of 2019. Again, we started the release below conservation pool. We're at 200.44. The lake slowly declined. We had some issues with our USGS gauge here. They came out, got it corrected. We continued our trend down, and those were our seasonal releases. Very little rainfall in this time. The lake continued to decline. We did catch some rain at around September 17th to the 21st. This was Tropical Storm Imelda. The lake slowly came back up, caught a little bit of water, did not reach conservation pool, and the lake has steadily declined. These blips are some outliers. USGS had to come out several times and make some repairs and replace components. So these are anomalies, they're not actual readings. We did catch some small rainfall events through October, but it was not enough to completely bring us back to elevation 201. So summary of the fall 2019 event, we started the lake over a foot low, and again, that was due to evaporation and customer sales of raw water. The seasonal releases ended August 31st. We did not release water into September. The city accounted for those diversions of about 17,000 acre feet. And Lake Conroe has not been at or above elevation 201 since the May 9th rainfall event. Taking a quick look at the dates of September 17th to 21st, this was Tropical Storm Imelda. We caught about 5.5 inches over that 4-day period, and the 2 feet of storage did provide some benefit, although the lake did not completely fill back up. We did not release during Tropical Storm Imelda. And that was primarily due to rainfall distributions and where the rain fell, the duration, the intensity, and the location. This is a map that pulled down. It's a heat map, but it shows rainfall totals, and you can see Cleveland is up here, the very edge of Montgomery County, Liberty's over here, and then Lake Conroe in the western side of Montgomery County did not receive nearly as much rainfall. The storms just kept banding up between Lake Conroe and Lake Houston east of 45. And there's certain areas that got over 20 or 30 inches of rainfall. And that rain fell in Caney Creek, Peach Creek, and the East Fork. So this is an instance where that storage that we had available as a result of the fall lowering did not provide a direct benefit to a lot of folks along the West Fork. This is a flow map. Again, this is also available on our website, but I want to just point out a few numbers here, going again back to the far western county, low flows in Lake Creek, low flows in Spring Creek. I think we're 22.7 cubic feet per second. And as you get further over to the east side of 45, 28 inches of rainfall, 27 inches of rainfall, 25 in and around the New Caney Splendora area, 30,000 over here in Licks Bayou. The map also shows what our peak measured or recorded flow rates were in each one of those tributaries, creeks, and rivers that made its way down into the Lake Houston area. Not really related to the seasonal releases as a whole, but it is a weather pattern that we're watching closely. This is a quick look at rainfall in 2019, and you can see from July, August, September, October, November, December. During the last 6 months, Lake Conroe received about 5.89 inches less rainfall than normal. So we ended the year a little low, as apparent by the fact that the lake did not come back up. And looking at the drought monitor, again, another website we frequent, you can see that Harris County is abnormally dry. We'll circle, I've captured most of the state, but what's circled here in red is basically our watershed. Montgomery County and Harris County are being deemed abnormally dry, and then we have parts of the upper watershed that are in moderate drought right now. Even after the rainfall last week, still very dry in the upper reaches of the West Fork. It's a quick overview of the 2018 and 19 seasonal lake lowering initiatives. I want to touch briefly on some of the downstream projects that are in progress or complete. I know there's been a lot of confusion over dredging, what has been done and what's yet to be done. So I want to touch on that briefly. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers did complete a project in late August of 2019. Their original work order was to remove 1.8 million cubic yards of material from the West Fork of the San Jacinto River. And this is a busy map, but I'm going to highlight on here for you. This is Highway 59, West Fork of the river, comes around and spills over on the very far right-hand side is the entrance to Lake Houston. So the area shaded in blue is one dredge completed as part of the original contract. This section was shaded in red. Was the dredging done under the original contract by a separate dredge. And then the additional material was removed at an area that's referred to as the mouth bar to Lake Houston. There's a very large sandbar. At one point in time was over 30 or 50 acres in size right out here that was prohibiting flow from making the corner and entering into Lake Houston. The contract modification allowed for 500,000 cubic yards of this material to be removed to help improve conveyance out into Lake Houston. This work is complete. City of Houston issued a notice to proceed for some additional dredging in Lake Houston near the West Fork of the San Jacinto River on January 6th. It's a total of $40 million worth of additional dredging. This is on top of what the Corps of Engineers has already completed. This is being funded by the City of Houston. There's a project in the Harris County Flood Control District bond election. And there was also some money included in Senate Bill 500 that was being administered by the Texas Water Development Board, and it is a grant to Harris County. So these funds are being compiled to complete $40 million worth of work, and over the next 12 months it's expected to remove over 400,000 cubic yards of additional material. As part of the additional dredging, the areas shaded in yellow are those segments that were previously dredged. Those that are shaded in blue are the areas that are being permitted for dredging as part of the grant being awarded to Harris County through Texas Water Development Board. So these are the areas, upper reaches of the East Fork and the West Fork, that will continue to be dredged to improve conveyance through the river and allow that water to get into Lake Houston, ultimately over the dam. This is a picture of the Lake Houston spillway. Whereas Lake Conroe has tainter gates, there's a long overflow that extends back in this direction, where water would ordinarily flow over the top of Lake Houston. Have several small tainter gates that allow for controlled releases, but the amount of water and the rate at which they can release is very small in comparison to Lake Conroe. So one of their projects is to look at the addition of additional gates on Lake Houston that would allow them to release that water quicker. And they have been authorized by FEMA to begin phase 1 of the study, and this is their schedule. They're looking at beginning phase 1, which is design, engineering, and permitting through a good part of 2020, and moving into construction late 2020 and maybe early 21 and extending through 2022. This is the latest schedule that I received from the city. It is a very aggressive schedule. They're working very hard to get this project complete and get it funded and underway. 2022 is their current completion date. It could move to 2023. Other mitigation projects, and again, these are projects that were included in the Harris County bond, and these are not projects that are specifically dedicated to the Lake Houston area. These are projects that are proposed to be completed on other watersheds that drain down into Lake Houston area. So these would not only benefit other watersheds like Cypress Creek or Little Cypress or Spring Creek, ultimately they would potentially reduce flows down into Lake Houston. But there are multiple channel improvements and maintenance projects, conveyance improvements and restoration projects along a number of those creeks. There's multiple detention basins, construction improvement projects that are also scheduled, subdivision and general maintenance improvement projects, right-of-way acquisition and floodplain preservation projects, preserving that riparian buffer adjacent to floodway and floodplain. There's also a Spring Creek Reservoir construction project included in the next 10-year window, and numerous other countywide storm repair projects. Kind of along these lines of multiple detention basin and construction improvement projects, flood control just last week purchased several hundred acres of a golf course that they intend to use for detention to help reduce flows in the Cypress Creek or Little Cypress Creek watershed. So they're working very aggressively to complete many of these projects and looking for property wherever they can find it, taking a very out-of-the-box approach to try to meet some of the lofty goals that they were set. Although this is not a structural improvement project that you would think of in the way of a desnagging project or detention or channel improvements, I did want to mention the San Jacinto Regional Watershed Master Drainage Plan. This is a collaborative effort between the River Authority, Harris County Flood Control District, City of Houston, Montgomery County, and we're studying this entire upper watershed. All of the creeks that span 7 counties, Grimes, Harris, Liberty, Montgomery, San Jacinto, Waller, and Walker counties. Over 535 string miles are being modeled and evaluated. They're analyzing existing watershed conditions and looking to see if there are other flood mitigation projects that could be identified that could also be eligible for potentially state funding or federal funds. So this project has been ongoing for some time. Models have been created. They're wrapping up some of the calibration and beginning some of the alternatives analysis to look at where they can find the greatest bang for the buck and looking for improvements in this 3,000 square mile watershed. Quick look at our schedule. We'll continue to coordinate with the City of Houston their plans related to the releases of the city's water from Lake Conroe. Again, they've been accounting for all the diversions. It's been their water in Lake Conroe that we have been releasing. We'll continue those discussions, and the board will have further discussion and consideration on this initiative on February 20th at 6 o'clock in this facility. And one more slide. It's a lot of important information here. Here's some very valuable websites. If you get a chance,
Go take a look. KnowYourWatershed.com is a GIS-based website. You can key in your address and figure out exactly where in that 3,000 square mile watershed you live and what adjacent watersheds may be contributing flow to your neighborhood or your subdivision. The San Jacinto.onerain.com is a website where you can go to find information about Lake Conroe lake levels, lake releases, and the rain gauges that we have up in the Lake Conroe watershed. Harris County FWS, they have hundreds of rain gauges scattered all over Harris County that they maintain, and you can go in and look at any number of different rain gauges in Harris County through their site. Again, knowing what watershed you live in, you can go and figure out exactly which rain gauges you want to monitor. And finally, the study that I just spoke of has its own website at sanjackstudy.org. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chuck. Chuck, if you don't mind, at this time, if any board members would like to ask Chuck any questions regarding the presentation, entertain that.
I have one question, Chuck.
Yes, ma'am.
How many inches in the lake equals to how many acre feet in releases?
Let me see if I understand the question. So the surface area of the lake itself is about 20,000 acres, and so 1 foot of water would be about 20,000 acre feet, roughly 20,000 acre feet. One foot of depth. And we have received a lot of questions from residents who may not have a bulkhead, and so the distance from where the water is on their property at 201 compared to where the water is when it's at 199 is not 2 feet, because the 2 feet is a vertical drop in water. And some folks are looking at water from where it ordinarily hit their property and slowly slope out into the lake.
I was just trying to get, with a release of 17,000 acre feet, we would be, we haven't released 2 feet of water. We would be nearly over 1.5 feet down just due to evaporation at this point.
Depending on the month, and going back to our average lake levels in September and October, we are typically below 199.
Yeah, I'm just going with how much was actually released this fall and calculating it that backwards.
Correct.
And then the other question I have is, you showed in slide, slide 5, you showed what percentage each of these creeks contribute to Lake Houston. But is it not true that Lake Conroe only truly affects the West Fork and then Lake Houston? So if I use your calculation, the overall contribution of releases from Lake Conroe is actually 25.4% using this model.
I'm not sure I follow that 25.
So what I'm taking is just the West Fork, those creeks that are on the West Fork, which would be Cypress Creek, Lake Conroe, Spring Creek, and the West Fork, is 55% of the overall. And then if I took 14 over the 55, comes to 25.45%. Of the contribution on just the West Fork.
So if you go forward one slide, Matt, I think we have broken it out so that what is captured in Lake Conroe is about 14%. But then the other portions of the West Fork downstream of the dam do contribute flows, and those come from, for instance, Alligator Creek that drains a significant portion of the city of Conroe and other areas downstream of the dam. But just those areas that drain into Lake Conroe and then will be released from the gates account for about 14%.
Correct.
But Chuck, she's right that Lake Conroe's contribution to the West Fork is probably around a third, 25%. That's not far off.
Okay.
Chuck, during the May event in which we released about 2,300 cubic feet per second, and you said the release would have been around 5,500 cubic feet or so, the West Fork of the San Jacinto River at ENGLE went into moderate flood stage and got just below major flood stage. Are you able to estimate or predict if that would have thrown that into major flood stage if we had to release?
It would be difficult to predict just because of the travel time from Lake Conroe Dam all the way down to 59 is something we would have to take a further look at.
Okay, and then earlier, based on the presentation of the mean lake levels of Lake Conroe on August 31, you had come up with about 199.6 as the mean lake level on August the 31st, was that right?
199.62.
199.62.
Yeah.
All right, so when we're lowering on the mean level, we're really lowering about 6 inches in the fall.
6 inches, and it's important to note that this is raw data. So if we've been in a drought, the data are in there. If we've had a tropical storm, the data are in there. I didn't want to get into this much rainfall you parse out, this much of a drought you parse out. It's all the data.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I, as you expect, have a couple of questions. When you talk about the integrated regional flood mitigation efforts that are coming from the state level and City of Houston, Harris County, and Montgomery County, you've discussed several flood mitigation construction projects are going on, not to mention the dams at the gates at Lake Houston, which should have a very positive effect on this. The additional $40 million in dredging is supposed to have some positive effects. Do you know off the top of your head how soon that's supposed to be completed? Because I keep referring back to the issue of temporary. Temporary is very important because I think there's a lot of patience on a lot of people's part, and I think there's some assurances that the dam project will complete in 2022, I think August. Do we know if that's a number we can hang our hat on?
Let me answer your first question. The first question related to the additional dredging, it is anticipated that additional 400,000 cubic yards would be complete in the next 12 months.
Okay.
So the city wants to remove that additional material in the next 12 months. That would improve conveyance in the West Fork and also the East Fork. The schedule for the gates is a FEMA schedule. It was the schedule that the city had created, and it is dependent upon their ability to complete their environmental reviews.
The environmental reviews are not complete yet?
It's part of phase one.
Oh, okay.
Design, the engineering analysis and environmental is part of phase one. The 199.92 that was the average level in August since this lake was created. I realize when we go to that level currently, it's not all released. Part of that is evaporation, is it not? Okay. It is, yes. And Matt, if you could go back, sorry this doesn't work, but if you could go back to all of 19, we could take a quick look at the releases. I've got the totals that were here. That's good. So we started about 7 inches low and created 2 feet of storage. And next slide, please, Matt. But we released 17,000 acre feet. So if the surface area of the lake is 20,000 acre feet, we released less than 1 foot of the city's water. The other water evaporated or was sold to raw water customers that created that 2 feet of storage.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. I just, you know, just the 20-year average elevation is not too, you know, it averages in a lot of things. It averages in 4 or 5 years of drought, things like that too. So anyway, that's, anybody else on the board have a question? Okay. Okay, Brendan.
Is this on? I'm not sure. Okay, it is on. So according to your, I'm not sure which slide it was, the drought monitor,
Yes, ma'am.
we are currently in a drought. If we're at 199 or lower in April, we lower it, or will it just be a moot point?
Under this initiative, we're attempting to create 1 foot of storage in the spring. So if we are already below elevation 200, assuming the board did not want to adopt a different initiative, we would not release any more water in the spring. We would have already created that 1 foot of storage. It already exists prior to the April 1st date.
And if we are in a drought at that time, and even if we don't release it, then in the summer though, when the lake is much lower, will Lake Houston take water from Conroe?
That was part of my first bullet item on the next steps, is
Right.
for us to continue those discussions, because the city's accounting for those diversions, and so if they feel that water may be needed for drinking water purposes, that would be a technical decision that they would need to make,
So they could take it.
potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would they utilize that in lieu of their, say, Trinity River sources and just use that themselves? I realize that doesn't affect us, but I guess the question is...
Yeah, a good portion of that Moose Bayou conveyance system is complete. The pump station, I do not believe is quite complete yet. So I think it's an early 2021 completion date in the pump station, but I will find that out before the February
Okay,
meeting.
appreciate it. All right, I appreciate it, Chuck. Thank you very much for a good job. Okay, because we do have a lot of people that want to address the board, and so I'm going to give you I would like to take and ask your patience. There are some elected officials that I would like to get up and have their comments first, if you don't mind, so that we can kind of get them together as a group, so that you'll have the opportunity to hear from your elected officials, and then we'll jump right into the individuals that are here. So I'm going to ask State Representative Dan Huberty to come forward, and then on deck will be Councilman Mayor Pro-Tem David Martin. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Once again, we're here today from the Lake Houston area to express our gratitude for all the efforts and work that you've done. I represent in the state legislature District 127 that includes ENGLE, Kingwood, Atascosita, Huffman, Spring area, and clearly was significantly impacted by the results of the last several flood events that we've had in and around the area. The temporary lowering of the policy has been done to protect life. And it's done in part for also not only Lake Conroe area, but Montgomery County and Harris County. You may recall in the letter that I sent to you on December 11th, which you have in front of you today, our ask specifically to that. In addition to that is included two other documents. One is from Chief Nim Kidd from the Emergency Management System of the state of Texas, as well as TCEQ, that talk specifically about this is a temporary measure. And specifically, Nim Kidd expresses his request to the governor to be able to have this lowering take place. I provided a package to Chuck that talks specifically about this issue. And item 1 talks about the governor's directive to the San Jacinto River Authority. As you know, the legislature created the San Jacinto River Authority, who are all governor appointees, and he has requested this as a result of that. He came to Kingwood and saw that. I note also item number 2 is in your strategic plan in May of 2019. You specifically talk about making sure that you honor the governor's directive specifically on that. The residents in our area have been very supportive to you and very vocal about that. But we also understand, and we've seen obviously with the amount of residents from Lake Conroe, they have a differing opinion associated with that. But I'm here to talk to you about the facts. I'm here to talk to you about some of the things that have been misleading that have been put out there. I know that you'll hear from one of my colleagues in the legislature today that has a differing opinion on this. That is certainly his right. He represents his district and his area. But the first claim states that lowering of Lake Conroe is negatively affecting the residents' ability to utilize the reservoir for recreational purpose and has disturbed the docks, boats, bulkheads, and many of the residents. It's crucial to point out that Lake Conroe was not developed to be a recreational body of water, just like Lake Houston. It was also not intended for this purpose. Many residents of both lakes enjoy these additional benefits, but in the eyes of the law, the reservoirs were intended to serve a long-term water planning solution for the city of Houston and their surrounding areas, not for recreation. In your rules and regulations,
This is not the level of respect. This is not the level of respect that you were told that we would require. Okay? The longer you make noise, the more time the representative has. So.
All right, 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
The more time he will be given. So let's try to be gracious. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated in your rules and regulations from June of 2015, section 6.01 talks about that it's not an inherent right to be able to have structures on the lake. And in section 6.08, it also says that the San Jacinto River Authority does not have to have constant levels of the lake. Chuck, I'm not going to get into this, but as you know, in item 3, one of the things that came out was the dredging program. We removed 2.3 million cubic yards of debris from the dredging program, but however, we have, as identified in the report October 31st of 2019 that the Harris County Flood Control District provided, we were able to prove that there's at least another 2.5 million cubic yards that needs to come out. We have a tremendous flooding problem. The West Forest project is going to be completed over the next 24 months. We've already talked about the gate, so I won't get into that as well. Those of us in Lake Houston fully understand the stress that comes with this. I myself live on the lake. I've been flooded multiple times.
Where are our representatives in the Sheriff's Department? I will remove you from this meeting if you can't control that person. This representative has every right in the world to get up here and express his opinions and express his views. He represents people. And when people that represent the lake area get up here that are elected representatives, they have every right to express their views. This is not civil behavior. So try to contain it, and I apologize, Mr. Representative.
I'll wrap up very quickly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we fully understand the stress that comes with floods and drought conditions. We're not asking to go look in the rearview mirror about what happened. But I refer you again in our package to your November of 19 press release. And there's 2 questions that you asked that you answered. Is there science behind the decision? Your answer was yes. Has it worked? Is there real value in terms of flood mitigation? And once again, yes. Your answer was yes. Specifically talking about the May 19 event. Members of this board, I recognize this is a tough decision that you have to make as you go forward. What we're not asking for is a permanent solution. We're asking, as Texans, to be able to protect our rights. Many of the people in this room, and I understand it, you're not going to agree with me. You can't get your boats out, you're not having the ability to use your recreational purpose of the lake that you want. What I'm asking is, we have a program within our community, Lives Over Levels. We want to protect lives as we go forward. We're asking for the time to be able to finish the work that we've started. We're asking for the time that you have already provided to us, and then allow us to be able to finish this, and we will be able to have the use of our lake and your lake as we go forward in the next couple of years. That's all we're asking for, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the next speaker will be Councilman David Martin, City of Houston, and Mayor Pro-Tem. Next person on deck will be Superintendent Dr. Elizabeth Fagan. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Tisdale, and thank you, distinguished members of the board and Mr. Houston. As Representative Huberty stated, I'm here to talk about facts. I know this subject is very emotional, everybody in this room, us as well as the folks who would stop the drop. But let me go over the facts. The City of Houston has land and water ownership rights in Lake Houston, Lake Livingston, and Lake Conroe. Theoretically, that means that the City of Houston owns the water and the land that the boat docks are built on, with all due regard with Sjra, who has the permitting rights. The City of Houston owns 2/3 of the water rights in Lake Conroe, 75% of the water rights in Lake Livingston, 100% of the water rights in Lake Houston. The City of Houston can access, as Chuck mentioned, the rights to our water in Lake Houston, in Lake Conroe, and in Lake Livingston. However, we are limited to the volume of water that we can call in a given year. The operating contract between the City of Houston and the San Jacinto River Authority has been in place since 1969 and has expired. And today we're still under the operation of this same agreement. And there is ongoing discussions in the City of Houston, which owns the water, 75%, in Lake Conroe, about implementing some of these strategies that we're talking about today in the next agreement. I would like to read to you excerpts from a letter you should have received last week from Mayor Sylvester Turner. Dear members of the board, I would like to take this opportunity to express my support for the seasoned lowering of Lake Conroe. The temporary measures will help mitigate against flood and govern until we can put in permanent gates to be installed and the dredging of the San Jacinto West Fork can be completed. The regional flooding impact of Hurricane Harvey was catastrophic in Atascosita, Huffman, Kingwood, Tomball, and other areas of northeast Harris County. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality subsequently gave the Sjra discretion to enforce lake reduction protocols in hopes of avoiding such widespread and catastrophic flooding. Do you have the other excerpts from the mayor's letter? One thing I'd like to remind you of, Mr. Houston, in March of 2018, the governor of the state of Texas came down to our area, and he and I got into a helicopter, only 2 people, and we explored what turned out to be, intended to be a 1-hour helicopter trip, was a 2.5-hour expedition from Kingwood to Lake Houston to Lake Conroe, back and forth. And as you know, the governor was appalled by some of the things that he saw. So much so, after the press conference, if you do recall, he exited the room of all the media and spoke to the elected officials and some of your board members, including you, and he looked to his left and he basically said, "This will never happen again." And he gave you 2 words: fix it. So you had the opportunity to work with us in the City of Houston to fix it. And the governor's charge still stands today. And what I'd ask of you, in support of the City of Houston, who organized Lake Conroe, who built Lake Conroe, and who owns the water rights in Lake Conroe, and we've had a great working relationship post-Harvey with the state, the governor's office, Texas Department of Emergency Management, and the San Jacinto River Authority, we would ask you to fully support the City of Houston's desire for seasoning lower of Lake Conroe. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, the next person to speak is Superintendent Dr. Elizabeth Fagan with the Humble ISD.
just wanted to provide a little slightly different set of facts just for your consideration on this overall topic. In 2017, my school district was impacted significantly by Hurricane Harvey to the tune of about $100 million in damage. That doesn't include the homes of many of my students, some of whom swam from their homes in the night, others who were picked up by the Coast Guard helicopters, boats, jet skis, you name it. These same students who, when it rains, call and ask, are we going to have to leave our school again? Are we going to have to go to Summer Creek High School again? They were out of their school from August until March 19th. We did everything that we could. We were a very organized and budget solid district that used our own cash reserves to put back $63 million at Kingwood High School prior to the graduation of those seniors, so they could spend at least part of the school year in the school that they had dreamed of being in for 4 years. On March 19th, those students returned to their home high school, a school that was a FEMA putback school, $63 million, and the district began the process of working with FEMA to get our money back, to refill the coffers, and to start to rebuild our community. We are now in the process of working on a plan with PBK Architects to reduce the flood impact at Kingwood High School in the future. That plan puts floodgates in the building on all the doors, all the windows, up to a certain height, so that when the water comes up, the floodgates also come up and seal the building off. The idea is that should there be catastrophic flooding in Kingwood again, the school would be habitable in a very short time frame. The problem is that this takes time also. Much like the dredging and the floodgates that are being put on Lake Houston, it's going to take us till at least 2022, that's our goal, to install all the improvements to Kingwood High School that will protect and preserve that campus for our students, so that they don't have to worry every single time that it rains, that they may be displaced from their high school, that they may not have their things, their uniforms, they may not look like Kingwood Mustangs. They don't have to worry about that. The one thing that we heard over and over again from our students in schools that were not Kingwood High School is that my home got flooded, I don't have my things, I'm living with my friends, but at least my school's the same. The Kingwood High students didn't have that. The Summer Creek High School students welcomed them warmly into their campus, and 5,000 students shared that campus with split schedules for the better part of a year. As staff traveled and altered their home lives and their schedules so they could do the same as they put their own homes back. We really need a little bit of time and patience as we work toward this as a community so that we can provide a Kingwood High School that our students can count on into the future. Thank you very much for your time and considering all these facts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person up is Kim Brody with Commissioner Jack Cagle, representative. And on deck is Dr. Catherine Person with Lone Star, if she'll come up.
Thank you. My name is Kim Brode. I'm with the Harris County Commissioner Jack Cagle. You have a letter in front of you, and the letter states that he is in support of a temporary seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe. I'm not going to read the letter, but I will mention two things that he mentioned. He mentioned the San Jacinto River basin study that is currently underway. He wants you to consider waiting on that study to be completed, and in the meantime, continue to do the seasonal temporary lowering. And he also, like Councilmember Dave Martin, recalls that after Hurricane Harvey, he was one that toured with Governor Abbott, and we were at the Kingwood Community Center with Governor Abbott, where he gave the charge to San Jacinto River Authority to reduce flooding at all costs. So he wanted to remind you about that charge and to ask you to be patient with us while we were working on these issues.
Thank you. Thank you. On deck next will be Representative Will Metcalf.
Good evening, esteemed directors. I am here tonight speaking for lowering the Lake Conroe level temporarily and seasonally. As the president of Lone Star College Kingwood, serving now 12,000 students and 1,200 employees, As an elected director of the East Montgomery County Improvement District that serves all of New Caney and Splendora ISD, and as a resident of East Montgomery County living off of Peach Creek, I can personally attest to the damage done to the lives and properties with major flooding events. Harvey caused about $60 million in physical damage to Lone Star College Kingwood. If you have really keen eyesight, you can see the poster below and the individual buildings. 6 of our 9 buildings that were basically 80% of the college was uninhabitable for about 2 years. The toll has been even greater, though, on employees and students in terms of post-traumatic stress syndrome. Every time we have a major heavy rain, just like our friends in the Humble ISD, our employees and our students really go into kind of a panic stage. And we saw that in May and again with Imelda. I served for 16 years as an elected school board trustee, and as a board member, the job was to help set policy that invariably would not be pleasing to everyone. In governing, the rule that we tried to abide by with limited dollars was to do the most good for the largest number of people possible. I would invite you to have your February board meeting in one of our neighboring school districts. We have large auditoriums that could accommodate this crowd. So with that, I thank you for doing just what the responsible thing is to do the most good for the largest number of people possible for the past 2 years, and beg you to please consider to doing the same for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next would be Representative Will Metcalf. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. You'll have my letter dated January 6th on my views about this situation. I'm here representing my constituents, just like my colleague, Mr. Dan Huberty. It has now been over 2 years since Hurricane Harvey, and with additional flood mitigation resources and funding provided by the federal government and the state legislature, it is time for the SJRA Board of Directors to vote to end this policy. It is my understanding that the original intent of the seasonal lake lowering strategy was to provide a near-term, temporary flood benefit, while more permanent mitigation strategies, such as the dredging of the lower reservoir, were completed. Now tonight, we're told that temporary is easier said than done, and we're now being told that tonight additional projects are needed until 2023. In 2023, are there going to be more temporary drops needed for additional projects? I believe our Lake Conroe residents have waited patiently long enough, and the completion of the dredging of the operations of the West Fork and the San Jacinto River, which was finished this fall. I'm hopeful that the board will look at all these facts and thoughtfully and considerately vote to discontinuing the seasonal lake lowerings. Thank you very much.
That concludes, I believe, unless there's another elected official here that signed up, I believe that concludes all of the elected officials, so we'll start with people who have signed up here. The first person up is Larry Odelius. Forgive me if I've said it wrong. The person on deck is Tom Crawford. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm very appreciative of the board.
Thank you, sir.
About 12 years ago, I had lake property on Lake Conroe and experienced dry ground under my boat lift for months. The only one I could blame was God, and I did not. I still enjoyed the views, the birds, and the friends. During Harvey, I experienced what happens when rain came for days the lake began to splash waves upon the top of the dam. Everyone, I say everyone, would not have wanted a dam failure. In 2010, I purchased a home in River Plantation and made sure it was outside the 100-year flood plan. On Harvey, Monday morning, when the dam started releasing over 2 times the amount of water ever released, my drainage ditches at the street began back flooding, a first time ever. At 11 o'clock a.m., we barely got out before our car would flood. It had 32 inches of water in our home the next day, Tuesday. On Wednesday, the water was completely gone. That tells you something, doesn't it? 8 months of being homeless is not a good solution. That release plan was not desired. I personally thought the lowering of Lake Conroe at any suggested amount during the suggested rainy seasons was a good initial solution. Will 1 foot lowering be okay? I'm sure there are other joint solutions to be brought to the table. Widening the river, I've heard that already. Weather forecast, advanced lowering of the lake, upstream, downstream reservoirs, lakes, and ponds. I've heard a little bit about that. Others, final thought, a golden rule. Jesus Christ, in his Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 7:12, do so in everything, do unto others what you would have done them do unto you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Tom Crawford is next up, and on deck, Gary Sisk. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Tom Crawford. I'm with South Shore Estates. Been here for a good while, and I represent 99 homeowners and property owners and over 200 voters. And we encourage you to keep the level up at Lake Conroe at 201. And thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, sir. This is Gary Sisk. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Lake Conroe was constructed as a water supply reservoir, specifically to provide a viable backup water supply for the ever-growing populace of Houston. Historically, there has been flooding downstream from rivers even prior to the establishment of Lake Conroe for this specific reason. The core issue that needs to really be addressed here is drought. According to the USA.gov seasonal drought outlook for January through April of this year, our area is shown to be in a moderate drought pattern. Within the last 6 months, Lake Conroe level has been as low as 197 feet, which is 4 feet below pool, and has only just now risen back to 199 feet after the recent rains. As the moderate drought continues or perhaps worsens, the lake could have millions fewer gallons of water to provide to Houston and other communities. While opponents want to continue to lower Lake Conroe, I would like to caution those that favor this perilous consideration, that this could result in a dangerous precedent while we are in a drought pattern. God help Houstonians if we are to experience the devastation like what is occurring in Australia because of lowering the lake during a drought. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Pam Lanante, I believe, and on deck will be Bill McDougall. No problem.
Sorry about the wait.
No problem.
I'm Pam Zananti, and I live on the north end of Lake Conroe. My question is about what is the correct solution for the flooding that is happening in the Houston and surrounding area. Kingwood was annexed in Houston in 1996. It has grown rapidly with much loss of green space and less than adequate flood control planning. Communities in Walker County and Montgomery County are being asked to bear the burden of this lack of flood control planning, while the majority of the area forcing the plan for lowering the lake is in Houston and Harris County. From 2013 to 2018, taxes were collected in the amount of $783 million that had been collected by the city in the name of flood control. Yet, by the end of 2018, only $337 million has been used. Dredging, drainage, detention ponds, retention ponds in the right areas, along with projects like the Benz Branch project, which was just bid and contracted recently, almost 2 years after Harvey, are the solution, not the lowering of Lake Conroe. Lake Conroe residents in 60 neighborhoods and surrounding businesses ask that we be given the same respect and value as our neighbors downstream. At this time, flood control measures taken downstream or those still needing to be taken downstream need to be evaluated in research-based impact studies so that the real answers for flooding in the Kingwood and Lake Houston areas can be addressed.
Mr. McDougal, now A.J. Corso will be following Bill McDougal. Go ahead, Mr. McDougal.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for the opportunity to again express my concerns regarding the upcoming decision on the temporary area of Lake Conroe. Sorry, I'll move up.
That's okay, I'm used to hearing that.
Sorry, I generally project really well. Anyway, when I last spoke, I talked briefly about hindsight engineering and who should be blamed for the flooding in Kingwood and around Lake Conroe. We are all in a manner, are all responsible for our own losses, whether the apparent faulty operating procedures of both lakes, which you've addressed apparently, the bad flood control planning of Kingwood by the city of Houston, and also our individual decisions whether or not to purchase flood insurance or accept the risk ourselves. What I want to discuss tonight is the development of alternatives to the apparently arbitrary temporary lowering of Lake Conroe in an attempt to reduce the flooding downstream of the Lake Conroe Dam. It's my opinion, and also of the consultants utilized by SJRA, that who studied the lowering of Lake Conroe, that the lowering of Conroe is an inadequate solution when held in isolation. I would like to propose that a committee be formed with a 2-month time frame to develop alternates to the mitigation. Of course, as been shown in Hurricane Imelda, Kingwood's going to flood, regardless of whether you release Conroe or not. In recommendation that the board delay their decision for 2 months while this committee works. This committee would be chaired by a non-voting member of the SJRA board and limited in size to 10 members maximum, made up of residents of Lake Houston and Lake Conroe equally. The committee should be comprised of engineers, local representatives of the community, and not politicians or lawyers.
It's okay, I'm an engineer.
Okay, good. For many years, I worked for oil companies in both drilling and production facilities in the Gulf of Mexico. When a named storm entered the Gulf, they immediately started evacuating the rigs or moving their facilities out of the way. We can't move our houses. However, the same thoughts will apply. Since it's a whole lot easier to lower Lake Houston than it is to Conroe, I've got a possible solution. When a named storm enters the Gulf, you begin lowering Lake Houston first, with the target of having Lake Houston 4 foot low and Conroe 2 foot low by the time the storm was projected to hit the Gulf of Mexico, hit Houston area. If the cone of uncertainty indicates that the storm will not hit the Texas Gulf Coast, you stop lowering. You bring the lakes back up if possible. When Lake Houston has reached 2 foot below the pool, you begin lowering Lake Conroe 1 foot, and you bring sorry.
Time.
Okay, can I have 1 minute, 1 second?
One final comment.
Okay. There are dozens, if not hundreds of recommendations here.
Sure.
Please base your decision on science, not emotion or politics. And I think we all realize that no matter what your decision, somebody's going to be really mad.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Corso, you're up, and on deck is Terry Vaughn.
Thank you, the gentleman that just spoke before me. I appreciate that. I bought a home on Lake Conroe in '07. My sign says, "Restore my dream." When I bought my home, there was a beautiful canal in my backyard. I spent over $300,000 improving my backyard to look at the water and enjoy my life. I've got a 35-foot Donzi boat that used to go up and down this canal. Because of the lowering of the lake, I can't even get a 3-foot kayak, much less a 35-foot Donzi. The lowering of the lake is horrible. I have to look at the weeds, I have to look at the mud, my property value has gone down.
All right, let's show a little respect. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Not to mention the danger of boating on the lake with it this low. There are stumps, there are trees, there's everything out there right now that used to be underwater, now it no longer is. Please restore my dream. I'd like to put my feet in the water when I walk out my back door.
Thank you, sir. Terry Vaughn. And coming up is Sam Sjra.
So I'm the chair of the Lake Houston Area Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 7,500 businesses. We have over 1,000 members. I also am a district manager for Walgreens and have 15 stores in the Lake Houston area. My Kingwood Drive location flooded during Hurricane Harvey. We lost $1.3 million worth of inventory. We spent $2.5 million on restoration. We lost over $2.4 million in lost sales from the time that we closed until the time that we reopened. And 2 years later, our sales still have not bounced back from what we lost as a result of that. In addition to that, 64 of my 350 employees had water in their homes, lost their vehicles, or both. I too live on Lake Houston. I live in Atascosita. This is not just a Kingwood problem. We have a lot of areas downstream. I live in Atascosita on the lake. I also have a boat and I enjoy using it. However, I choose to value the protection of loss of life, personal and commercial property, and the viability of our area for years to come over my fishing and personal boating use. I urge you to continue the great work that you've done so far over the last 2 years with flood mitigation, and I urge you to approve the seasonal temporary lowering of Lake Conroe this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sam Sjra, is that correct?
That is correct.
And on deck will be Melinda Page Garage. Is that correct? There we go. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sam Sjra. I am a business owner in Humble, Texas. Also the outgoing board chair for the Lake Houston Chamber of Commerce. And I also live on Lake Houston as well with my family, my 3 kids, and my wife. We like living on a lake. We enjoy the lake. We love the amenities of the lake as well. It is a big part of our area. We get it. We understand it. We understand property taxes. We understand sales tax. We understand all the dynamics and the economics of living on a lake. I just want to thank the board for your help the past 2 years. It's been a wonderful help and a bright ray of sunshine for us and some hope while we are working on other projects to be able to count on you guys. We want to thank you for the cooperation that we've had with you guys. Prior to Hurricane Harvey, we had very little communication with the board, but as of today, we have some very good communication. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for everything from the website that has great information on there, that has been a wealth of information for our area. We appreciate that. And the constant communication from the board to us and to our long-term task force has been excellent. And we want to thank you for doing that and for working together. This is going to take a lot of people to fix this problem, and we need all the help we can. In that essence, we want to ask you to continue for your support in lowering the lake on a seasonal level. We appreciate that. I leave you with a great quote from the great Benjamin Franklin that said, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." Thank you.
Thank you, Sjra. Thank you. Imelda, you're up and on deck is Bob Howell.
I was a resident of Kingwood from 1992 until 2014 before retiring to Lake Conroe. Kingwood didn't flood when I lived there, and now Kingwood floods along with the Lake Houston area on a regular basis. These folks are now paying the price for the poor decisions of the city of Houston and those that granted permits to build in swampy areas. I applaud the Kingwood and Lake Houston area for coming together to lobby for change, but the time has come for you to give up your anger with Lake Conroe and focus your energy on forcing the city of Houston and Harris County to fund and correct the real issues in a swift and timely manner. The flooding events in 2019 are proof that the lowering does not mitigate flooding. The May Kingwood flooding was the result of a developer's divergence of water, and flooding from Imelda was the result of rain in other parts of the Lake Houston watershed. Temporary mitigation measures must be made further downstream. This board has to act without bias to develop and implement an effective strategy to mitigate flooding while protecting our most valuable asset, water. You must also look at facts. Your monthly lake levels include 3 years where the lake was 8 feet low in all months. And remember, no matter what math you do, only 14% of the water from the north of the dam goes to the Houston area. You are charged with protecting our water resources, yet you plan to vote on a program that will release 21.5 billion gallons of water into the Gulf of Mexico. This is the same amount that you pumped out of the lake for water use over the 4-year period that just ended. You argue that the lake will refill and the water wasn't needed. Well, where's that water today? Taking into account the 3-year drought in 2011, the inability of the lake to refill at will, and the ineffectiveness of the lowering program, you have no choice but to abandon this strategy. And even worse, a vote to continue will give false security to those in the residents of Lake Houston. The Lives Over Levels campaign seems to infer that lowering Lake Conroe will save lives. My brother-in-law was found dead in his flooded home 3 days after Imelda. Lake lowering did not save his life, and to suggest that it does is dangerous and a reckless use of words. Actions that actually mitigate flood risk by pushing for funding and the timely correction of the issues south of the dam will save lives. Stop lowering the lake and instead utilize that 207-foot water easement that you have to hold the water above 201 feet to the extent possible, and lower Lake Houston further to give it the capacity that's needed to capture the water flows until the floodgates can be installed, and use the same strategy used when you lower Lake Conroe to make the repairs after Hurricane Ike. Thank you.
For the sake of our record, if as you come up to speak, I would like for you to say your name for the record, just so we'll have it down right. Appreciate it. And Elizabeth Potts is on deck. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
All right, sir. Good evening. My name is Bob Howell. I am a resident of Lake Conroe. I know the problem we're facing is not an easy one. However, it can be solved. Historical data, including the flooding was caused by Imelda, was not affected by the water level of Lake Conroe. During the storms of May and September 2019, which flooded parts of the area south of the lake, no water was released from Lake Conroe. Lowering the lake was not even considered as a means of flood control in either the 1985 or 1989 studies. Further studies did not even find it a proper flood control tool. So why are we considering staying with that now? Water conservation should be prioritized. When we lower the lake from 200 feet to 199, 6 billion gallons of fresh water go down into the Gulf of Mexico, and that benefits no one. Consider the position of each of the groups involved here. We have Group 1, those living south of the dam, who feel like that the control of the lake is a benefit. We have those that live on the lake who believe that the level of the lake has no meaningful benefit, and for those other things, for flood control. The developers, builders, investors, and buyers knew or should have known up front that the property in question was subject to flooding, as it was designated a floodplain area in 1984 by FEMA. Quotations from an article by the San Jacinto River Authority: a floodplain is any area that can be expected to flood occasionally. The reality is that if you live in a floodplain area, you will get flooded at some point. Flood insurance is available for those who build in that area to burden some of the revitalization after flooding. On the other hand, the people that live around the lake have no insurance to offset any of their causes of damage or injury caused by the intentional manipulation of lake levels. The board was given the responsibility to trust and make sound, scientifically researched decisions and challenging problems. The only way to address these issues is to obtain the necessary expert reports needed to format and implement a practical, efficient, cost-effective flood control plan that does not inflict pain on the innocent. As the board has considered alternatives, one might be to just lower the lake a few inches at a time, and then continue this level several days, watching the rainfall and evaporation. Should this board not handle this issue properly, it could end up in a litigation costing large sums of money, which would be much better spent collaborating a solution. I thank you for your time.
Please stay. On deck will be Michael Gardner.
My name is Elizabeth Potts. I reside in Pelican Bay on the east side of Lake Conroe. I thank you very much for the opportunity to address the board. My husband and I are both retired engineers, and as such are very data and results focused. We fully support Mr. Blyer, who has steadfastly provided the only non-emotional data, fact-based information, until what you did today, so thank you too, sir. The key point to absorb is that Kingwood floods, regardless of whether or not Lake Conroe releases a drop of water, due to its location in a floodplain, multiple uncontrolled water sources feeding it, such as Spring Creek, Cypress Creek, rainwater runoff, and the failure of Lake Houston to be adequately maintained by dredging and providing adequate ability to move water downstream or provide alternative retention. Opinions of both Lake Conroe and Lake Houston area residents have been well represented at this and previous meetings. For the record, our primary concern with the temporary seasonal lowering are the safety of people using the lake and watching people have accidents, etc., damage to wetlands and the associated impact on wildlife, and above all, the squandering of precious water resources in support of a policy that does not achieve the results it was intended to deliver. This is an emotional issue for all of us, obviously. I personally resent that a great many of the statements from the Lake Houston area clearly imply that we around Lake Conroe don't care about personal loss of life and property. It is insulting to hear this implication, as we also have had many friends and neighbors suffer great personal loss during all the flooding. It is also difficult to hear recent comments from Lake Houston area leadership stating that the current seasonal lowering is a good compromise. There is no compromise whatsoever that I can see. If the board feels compelled, for whatever reason, okay, be it political, emotional, data-based, I hope it's data-based, but if you feel compelled for whatever reason to continue the temporary seasonal lowering policy, I suggest that there be hard dates assigned for Lake Houston to complete its dredging and other projects to enable increased water flow downstream and for the temporary lowering to cease. I've heard tons of dates. I'm aggressive. We'll go for 2021. And in addition, in the true spirit of compromise, I would propose that the reward, I know, but I got interrupted several times just as the first person. I would propose the board require both Lake Houston and Lake Conroe to drop 6 inches in the spring and both to drop a foot in the fall.
Michael, if you'll state your name for the record, and on deck is John or Jan Green.
My name is Mike Garner. I'm a resident of the Lake Conroe area. My wife and I were residents of ENGLE back in 2006, 2007, so we've seen it from both sides. I had prepared a statement, lots of facts and so on, but Chuck's facts blew mine out of the water, so to speak. The conclusion I drew from your presentation, though, Chuck, is that lowering of Lake Conroe has negligible impact on the issue. I would urge you to go back to the lake level average graphs for Lake Conroe and for Lake Houston and smooth those numbers to the last 6 years. The years prior to that don't appear to have a significant impact statistically on those numbers. What needs to be looked at is the last 5 to 6 years. So in conclusion, I would say look at what can be done for the drainage issues and the dredging and the issues around the Kingwood, ENGLE, Atascosita areas and north of it. The issue doesn't appear to be here on Lake Conroe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is it John or Jan?
My name is John Green.
Okay, thank you, John. And on deck will be Nancy Garner.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, John.
The City of Houston annexed Kingwood in 1996, assuming legal responsibilities for Kingwood's stormwater. Located in Harris County, this area has also provided flood damage reduction projects by Harris County Flood Control District. The City of Houston's water bill has a drainage fee, and Harris County property owners pay tax to support the Harris County Flood Control District. Lake Houston is owned by the City of Houston. This includes the responsibility for the mouth berm at the entrance of Lake Houston. There are 3 ways water can flood this area of the City of Houston: the West Fork of the San Jacinto River, the East Fork, and lastly, rain falling on the area of the City of Houston. Since Harvey, the major portion of the dredging work at West Fork of the San Jacinto River has been completed with the use of federal dollars. This is one of the main reasons to temporarily lower the lake and limit water releases during rain events assisted with this project. Looking at other sources of water which flow into Lake Houston besides the West Fork, since Harvey, the City of Houston has had 28 months to dredge the mouth berm. The City of Houston has issued a April 2019 press release stating the dredging would begin in 30 days. 8 months later, the media just now reported the dredging is actually starting. Regarding the drainage of the Kingwood area, the Harris County Flood Control District issued 2 reports, one in February 2018, the other in May 2019, showing major drainage blockages of the Kingwood area drains. The first report was 6 months after Harvey. The second report was a year after the first report, which continued to show major drainage issues. What is the reason for the lack of the repair for the drainage system of the Kingwood area? Nothing has been addressed the East Fork of the San Jacinto River yet. So the City of Houston has done nothing for 28 months to address the other sources of water flooding the Kingwood area. The lack of progress by the City of Houston to address the flooding of this area was a major contributing factor to the May and September 2019 flooding events in the Kingwood area. I ask those living in the Kingwood area of the City of Houston, have you taken your cause down to the city demanding that these known issues be fixed? Have you taken your cause south to the City of Houston demanding services and projects for which you pay for via drainage fee and property taxes be implemented? Now the City of Houston, who apparently has done nothing since Hurricane Harvey for their constituents of the Kingwood area regarding these flooding issues, which flooded twice in 2019 with no Lake Conroe release, they send their Kingwood residents back to plead for more time. I thank you.
That is Mike Blair.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Garner, and I'm a resident of Montgomery, Texas. No one here wants to see any lives lost over flooding in any neighborhood, and to insinuate otherwise is extremely disparaging. By now, everyone knows that Lake Conroe released water during Hurricane Harvey, but it was 16% of the water flowing downstream. The other 84% came from other areas, other sources. One of the main reasons that Kingwood floods so often is due to the City of Houston's failure to act in a timely manner and to address the problems that have been building exponentially within the San Jacinto River watershed going back as far as 1996. Many millions of tax dollars and a 2% fee on water bills, which started in 2011, have been collected by the City of Houston from Kingwood residences and businesses. This money was earmarked for stormwater control and infrastructure maintenance. In August of 2018, the City of Houston Public Works Director, Carol Haddock, stated to the Chronicle regarding those fees, and I quote, she said, "What he's," the he referring to Mayor Turner, "told me is that 50% of the money needs to go to projects that were identified for the purposes of solving flooding and drainage," end quote. She never stated where Mayor Turner wanted the other 50% to go. According to Texas code, quote, "Drainage fees may only be spent to provide drainage services," end quote. So where did the other 50% go? Lake Conroe is not the cause of all of Kingwood's flooding woes. No water was released from Lake Conroe during the devastating floods during Imelda in 2019. So why is Kingwood flooding? Many experts contribute the flooding due to the lack of stormwater control and infrastructure maintenance by the City of Houston. Something needed to happen after Hurricane Harvey, and it did. The Corps of Engineers recommended 8 miles of dredging on the West Fork, but only 2 miles was dredged. Removal of the mouth bar has just started. Lake Houston Dam and gate additions will help, but when's that going to start? Kingwood residents must get organized and go to the city of Houston and demand action be taken with respect to the stormwater control and infrastructure maintenance issues.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me give you a little update here. We still have, on both sides of this issue, probably 100 more speakers. It's up to you. If everyone holds to 3 minutes and we have no overruns, we have no applause or anything to interrupt, we're going to be past 1 or 2 in the morning. So if you want to stay here at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's. But here's a potential solution. If what you're going to say has been adequately covered by someone else, I would ask you to stand, and if you say, I just want to register as I'm for or I'm against, if you don't want to go to the trouble to come up and speak, that's perfectly fine to try to let those that maybe you have that have a more succinct message or whatever. But it's up to you. I think it's only fair to give you an idea of what you're looking at for time here. So, having said that, Mr. Blyer.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Blyer, President of the Lake Conroe Association. I'm very sorry that Kingwood flooded during Harvey, and we express our sympathies, but I only have 3 minutes. This lake lowering program does not significantly reduce downstream flooded and should be eliminated. The 2018 Trees and Nickel study commissioned by the River Authority and described by Chuck tonight measures how 2 feet reduction in Lake Conroe affects water levels at I-45 in the West Fork of the San Jacinto River, 25 miles from there. It measures a 100-year storm event and a 500-year storm event. 500 years is similar to Harvey. In a 100-year storm event, we talk about 8 feet of water. That's what 8 feet of water looks like at I-45. By lowering Lake Conroe by 2 feet, it changes by 9 inches. When you go to a 500-year event, you have 12 feet of water. That's what 12 feet of water looks like. 12 feet of water at I-45, you lower Lake Conroe by 2 feet, that changes that by 10 inches. That's the black mark at the top. There's still a lot of water going on. So what I'd like to point out is that water spreads out. That's the way water works. So picture, if you will, guys, come over here closer. Come over here closer. We're at I-45, and you've got 10 inches of water. But now, that water's going to flow 25 miles until it gets to Kingwood. And as that goes towards Kingwood, which is 22 square miles, that water is going to spread out, and it's going to spread out, and it's going to spread out. And when it does, it's going to turn into a lot less than 10 inches. So, neither the River Authority, nor the City of Houston, nor Kingwood has done any kind of analysis to take the water from I-45 and further. So I'm going to make my own estimate. My own estimate is that 10 inches of water that's at I-45 is not going to turn into more than 2 or 3 inches in Kingwood by the time it gets to Kingwood. So this board believes that it's worth lowering Lake Conroe by 2 feet in order to save 2 or 3 inches every 500 years. So this is 2020. 500 years ago was 1520. I seem to remember in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. The last time we had a storm similar to Harvey, Christopher Columbus was alive. So I'm only going to point out, you want to drop our lake because of something like that. There has not been a study done to measure how 2 feet reduction in Lake Conroe during Harvey would have lowered the flood level in Kingwood. There's not been a study to quantify how 2 foot reduction in Conroe would have reduced Kingwood's financial losses. There's not been a study done to quantify how 2 feet reduction in Lake Conroe would negatively affect Lake Conroe's economic outlook. So with no specific information to base your decisions, and with a Freeze and Nichols report that says these reductions are generally not enough to be considered wholesale improvements to flood hazards and show minimal difference in spatial extent, You want the board to vote in favor of continuing the program. If you vote based on facts and not information and not emotion, you must end this program. Thank you.
State your name for the record. Person on deck is Brian Bondi, is that right? Brian?
Good evening. My name is John Wathen. Thank you for letting me address you tonight on my concerns regarding continued temporary seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe. I'm currently a volunteer member of the Grand Harbor Property Owners Association and have served on their board of directors for the past 3 years. My current role is as vice president of the Property Owners Association board. I've owned a home on Lake Conroe in the Grand Harbor community since February of 2008 and have lived there full-time since 2010. I've been asked to read you a list of the 7 government entities that have issued proclamations or statements which oppose the seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe. They are the Montgomery County Commissioners Court, the City of Conroe, the City of Montgomery, State Representative Will Metcalf, who represents District 16, State Senator Robert Nichols, who represents the 3rd District, and the Lake Conroe Area Chamber of Commerce. Grand Harbor and Harborside community have over 1,000 home sites, about half of which are on the waterfront. The impact of lowering Lake Conroe has affected many of these residents personally with regards to the investment that they have made in their homes, as well as professionally having impacted on some in their businesses. While we all sympathize with the potential for flooding in Lake Houston area, the seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe continues to have minimal impact on flooding in Lake Houston, while negatively affecting thousands of Lake Conroe area residents and businesses. I strongly encourage you to take into consideration the facts of the most recent past where flooding has occurred in Kingwood when no water was released from Lake Conroe to influence these events, to illustrate the limited weather connection between Lake Conroe and Lake Houston. The rains that flooded Lake Houston and Kingwood area during Imelda, as others have said, occurred and there was still no water released from the Lake Conroe area. Please reconsider your stance or vote on the seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe, and please take into consideration the economic impact this decision has on the thousands of residents who have invested in and live on or near Lake Conroe and rely on its viability to maintain the livelihood of their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let me say that it's very difficult to get the acoustics and the sound and the projection in a room this size. I know there are people in the back and areas that are having a difficult time. I apologize for that. Future meetings we'll try to make arrangements to have maybe speakers placed that are to the back also, so that you can have a better, be able to understand better. I'm not a loudspeaker, so that also is something maybe we can address. So I apologize for any inability to hear in an appropriate fashion to anybody near the back or that can't hear. So with that, I'm sorry, go ahead, state your name.
Thank you. My name is Brian Bondi. I'm president of the Conroe Lake Conroe Chamber of Commerce. Isn't it amazing how one event can change the way Lake Conroe is viewed? From SJRA's own History of Lake Conroe archive, the lake was built to provide water, especially during times of drought, as evidenced by the 1950s drought, period. Looking at lakefront homes, businesses, as well as world-class birding and kayaking, championship fishing, and other ecotourism-related drivers, the lake area economy has grown to have a significant impact for homeowners, for businesses, and overall the economy of Montgomery County over the past almost 50 years. It's hard to believe that Lake Conroe, the water supply lake, has been around since the early 1970s. The Board of Directors of the Conroe Lake Conroe Chamber of Commerce passed a resolution 2 years ago noting that lowering the lake levels in Lake Conroe is detrimental to the long-term process of providing water to the City of Houston, the San Jacinto River Authority, and its customers, as well as the economy of the Lake Conroe area, and failing to address the bigger picture of a true multi-jurisdictional cooperation on flood control. In an era of natural resource conservation, it really doesn't seem right to be wasting millions of gallons of water literally going down the drain twice a year. Ultimately, you, the Board of Directors for Sjra, will make a decision in concert with the City of Houston and probably the State of Texas on whether or not to continue or alter or eliminate the lowering of lake levels. Not an easy decision, especially since it seems the waters have clouded the main reason the lake exists, providing water to customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sjra. Thank you. Have a on deck Kelly Anderson, so I'll give you a second to get up here. And on deck will be David Hartman Jr. So Kelly Anderson, are you here? Oh, there you are. State your name for the record.
My name is Kelly Anderson. Thank y'all for having me. My husband Lamar and I have owned and operated Stowaway Marina and RV Park for the past 11 years. Stowaway is a small business on the north end of Lake Conroe that includes 200 wet slips, 73 RV spaces, 22 dry storage units, 2 cottages, a cabin, a convenience store, a restaurant, and fuel. In 2009, the San Jacinto River Authority released a significant amount of water on Lake Conroe to repair the damage to the dam that was caused by Hurricane Ike. Subsequently, Texas experienced a severe drought that lowered the lake even further. As the co-owner of Stowaway Marina and RV Park, this lake situation devastated our business. Our wet slip rentals were reduced by 55%, which resulted in a $15,000 per month reduction in our business income. Our RV rentals were reduced by 42%, which resulted in a loss of $21,000 per month in losses. Overall, our rental income was lessened by 57%, resulting in a $385,000 loss for 2011. Furthermore, it was not until 2014 that we finally and only remotely recovered from this disaster. In fact, every line item for our income in 2011 was reduced by at least 50%, leaving us with an overall 59% loss, which equates to more than $500,000 in losses for the year of 2011. In addition, because of the low lake level, our ramp was inoperable. As a result, we spent well over $50,000 to extend our ramp so that the customers we still had could launch their boats. Furthermore, the aesthetics of the lake itself, or lack thereof, were extremely demoralizing, and the frustration of not being able to utilize a huge part of our business's facilities was immense. We are a small mom and pop business, and if we were affected this detrimentally, I cannot imagine what other larger businesses experienced regarding their losses. Absolutely, hands down, Lake Conroe itself is our livelihood. Without it, our business cannot survive. In conclusion, I would like to respectfully request the elimination of the temporary lake level reduction program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. On deck will be Ron Gunter, and if you state your name, Mr. Hartman.
Good evening. My name is David Hartman. I am the General Manager for Walden on Lake Conroe Community Improvement Association. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, who represent 4,078 homes on Lake Conroe, I would like to speak to the issue at hand. We have listened to the people of Walden. Of all of the residents who vocalized their concerns to our board, an overwhelming majority support abolishing the reduction plan. 2 years ago, a bargain was made in response to the desperation of the good people of Kingwood. Lower Lake Conroe twice a year for 2 years to allow dredging of the lower San Jacinto River. Still cleaning up from the hurricane ourselves, we did not fight the issue. As a result, we've tolerated slower home sales, dry boat slips, dangerous shallows, loss of rental income, and now decreased home values, just to name a few. Rental managers are telling me that they are preparing for a drop in summer returns until the lake is allowed to return in full pull. Now we're being told this bargain might be extended, and as one of your board members suggested on social media, a permanent 3-foot reduction is at hand. You called this a 2-year temporary deal. We've lived up to the end of our bargain. Drop your bias and live up to yours. We fully understand that you know that Lake Conroe is the economic driver for the West County. This cannot go on indefinitely. Since the lake lowering, we have had storms and Kingwood still flooded without any release from Lake Conroe. The perception is that you refuse to listen to science and even your own plans. As per the SJRA 2019 strategic plan, the GRP Review Committee states, and I quote, Lake Conroe should not be lowered. It is not a flood control reservoir. Eric Birch, a practicing environmental law attorney and professional engineer in Texas, recently wrote an opinion challenging the SJRA's authority to lower the lake for those purposes. He further said, there appears to be little technical data to show that lowering Lake Conroe prevents downstream flooding. It would therefore seem to a better strategy should be to study the cause of frequent flooding in the Kingwood area and to work on projects that actually mitigate flooding, i.e. exit gates on Lake Houston, dredging, and other flood control projects. Even the study you commissioned through Freeze and Nichols did not identify whether lowering Lake Conroe has any meaningful impact on the flooding in the Kingwood area. However, just know, damaging our lifestyle does you no good. Our patience is now thin. Walden and our lake communities insist this board listen to us. The science speaks for itself. We are optimistic that you as a board will do the right thing. We want you to do the right thing. And let me say it one more time. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Ron Gunter, and on deck will be Krista Fabregas. Okay, I got that right.
My name is Ron Gunter, and I am the Assistant State Conservation Director for the Texas Bass Angler Sportsman Society. A very dear friend of mine that just retired from the Parks and Wildlife Department told me once that if he doesn't have both sides angry at him at the same time, he's not doing it right. So my heart goes out to the board. But what I was asked to do was come in and speak from the standpoint of an angler on how this flood control program is affecting Lake Conroe. Lake Conroe has been ranked among the top 10 bass lakes in the country and is currently the #2 lake in Texas for share lunker entries of bass over 8 pounds. Successful spawning is paramount to Conroe's reputation. Bass fry must have cover to escape predation when leaving the nest. On Conroe, this cover is in the form of shoreline grasses. Our group has worked hard since 2007 to ensure that this cover is present in the lake. In 2013, we received a TCEQ award for our efforts, and both the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and the San Jacinto River Authority were acknowledged as value partners in that award. Conroe's reputation has brought the Toyota Texas Bass Classic, the Bass Nation Championship, the Bass Masters Classic, and the MLF Tour all to Conroe. All 4 circuits have generated revenue for the Houston region, but more importantly, our group has been able to fundraise for children's charities because of this excellent reputation. The Make-A-Wish Foundation, Angel Reach, Kids Unlimited, Montgomery County Youth Services, and backpack programs have all benefited from the fundraiser tournaments that we were able to sponsor. The real reason that we've been so successful with our fundraising programs is because it's Lake Conroe. It has a reputation, and people come to fish the lake. This flood program is harming Conroe's fishery. The spring draw occurs in the middle of the spawn when shoreline cover is taken completely out of play. Fall draws have been decimating the grasses altogether. Texas Parks and Wildlife released a study in 2015 where they found that in Lake Conroe there were 1,200 acres of beneficial aquatic plants in the lake. They released a 2019 survey about a month ago that showed there were only 331 acres of native aquatic plants in Lake Conroe. This is a reduction of 75% of the very important grasses that are in the lake. I planned on mentioning the Freese-Nichols report. Really, I guess all I have to add to that is that when that report came out April 10th of 2018, the SJRA endorsed that report in a letter April 16th, 2018.
Good time. But I do, well, thank you. I want to thank you for the work that you guys do on aquatic vegetation on the lake.
Thank you.
On deck will be Ken Criswell.
Krista Fabregas, and I'm a Point Aquarius resident, and of 2 years, I moved up here actually because I lost my home, my cars, my life, my stuff, my everything. It all went into a dumpster in Harvey when I lived off Cypress Creek. So I completely understand the emotional side of the Kingwood argument. But having moved up here since then, I am a realtor, and I have been showing homes along Lake Conroe for the past summer, and I know that there have been some news reports and some comments in the news saying that real estate has not been affected by the lake lowering, especially since May. And that's actually wrong. I did have to do, if you look at just general sales and, the numbers you can pull off Zillow, which is a joke. Sure, you can find some numbers, but they're meaningless. The meaningful numbers are when you dig into the MLS that show the actual sales, the actual data, the time on the market, the number of days on market that it takes for a home to sell, existing inventory, the rates that those homes are selling, and the number of price reductions that are happening on those homes when they sell. Also, I've seen it firsthand because I have shown potential buyers on Lake Conroe and a few that scattered off to Lake Livingston. I have walked to the back of homes with potential buyers that were happy and thrilled with every bell and whistle that a home had. They walked out back and they went, next. The shallow water homes are not selling. They're sitting on the market. So some of those numbers that I talked about, days on market, standing inventory of active homes on the market, and price reductions. I did some looking. So to be fair, we have had sales on the lake. I'm not going to argue that we haven't. We've had about 97 sales in the last 180 days. Those are largely in deep water areas. I've sold a couple of them. Average days on the market, January through April, before the water or January through May, before the water started really tumbling down and looking low and scaring buyers off. Average days on the market was about 60 to 90 days, depending on the month. Since June forward to December, that average time on the market for home sales, the ones that are desirable that are selling, have been creeping up to over 100 days. Now we have excess inventory on the market. We have 96 homes, which is about 6 months of inventory, sending us into a buyer's market that's devalued. Over half of those have been on the market for over 120 days, 20% over 200 days. Over half of those have had their prices cut, and they're still sitting unsold. I might remind you that in 3 cities, Conroe, Willis, and Montgomery, these are the highest value homes and some of the highest property taxes that anybody pays in these 3 cities. So this does factor in. These home buyers and homeowners are losing value on their property. They're not putting their property on the market, and things are taking a lot longer. Buyers don't like uncertainty. The question of the lake is a big I don't know, and that's driving buyers to hold, wait, or go to Lake Livingston. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So as to, next up is, on deck will be Gary Island, Ken Criswell. And if, I'd just like to remind everybody, keep your eye when you're talking on this light, because that's what I'm going by. So if you just glance up there once in a while, and if it's flashing green, it means you're getting close, and the yellow means you got 30 seconds.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ken Criswell. I have over 30 years experience in waterfront investments, including marinas, hotel, boat yards, restaurants throughout Texas, Florida, and the Caribbean. I know the positive benefits of a thriving waterfront community. Currently, we own the largest boat rental company on Lake Conroe, and I'd like to address 3 points quickly. First, Lake Conroe is the premier lake for Southeast Texas and is located in one of the fastest growing communities on the U.S. Our company puts about tens of thousands of families from all over the world on Lake Conroe every summer to enjoy family togetherness. This allows us to show off one of the best communities in the state. Our company and others on the lake provide jobs for our communities, families, provide significantly to our local economy. Our company and others provide significant sales revenue, revenue for Sjra, revenue for property taxes, and all these items enrich the lives of our citizens due to a healthy Lake Conroe. Jobs as well as state, Sjra, city, and county revenues are threatened if the health of the lake and the lake levels are not protected. Lower lake levels will negatively impact our community. Tourism will decrease. Neighbors, business owners, and potential home buyers will take their dollars elsewhere. Lower lake levels will devalue our community. Second, the Sjra's mission statement mandates the board is to protect and conserve the city's water resources. As mentioned before, the 2011 drought was devastating to businesses in the community. Comments made at that time by Sjra said the conservation was SJRA's largest priority due to the unknown future of rainfall and the requirement to provide drinking water for the region. I would argue that these mandates are true today, and further lowering would jeopardize Sjra's mandate. In addition, our community was named one of 5 Texas cities that could dry up due to overpopulation and building over aquifers. We are currently on a fast-track growth pattern, and the demand for our water resources are reaching new highs. At the same time, we've reduced levels to our aquifers so much that in 2015 we had to start using surface water from Lake Conroe to meet the demands of our growing community. If you continue to drain the lake via seasonal lowering, you're exacerbating the problem and threatening our drinking water supply. And last, I would advocate that hope is not a strategy. In our current climate situation, hope for future rains to replenish our water supply, provide economic growth, and meet the water demands of our community on a strategy is only a prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ken. Gary? On deck, Jim Winkler.
Well, good evening. My name is Gary Island. I am the current president of the Benton Water Property Owners Association Board of Trustees, which represents a community located on the north shore of Lake Conroe with approximately 2,150 homes. Benton Water is proud of the approximately 12.5 miles of Lake Conroe shoreline located within its boundaries. And incidentally, homes in Benton also flooded during Harvey. While the Lake Conroe lake lowering program appears to have been well-intentioned, it was implemented without consideration of upstream impacts and only limited consideration of downstream impacts all the way to Lake Houston. It was in fact hastily implemented in response to a historical rainfall event of biblical proportions. The U.S. Court of Federal Claims recently observed that Harvey dropped an average of more than 43 inches of rain over a 2,000 square mile area, becoming the largest storm in the recorded history of the United States. Harvey was not an annual rainfall event and should not be treated as such. It appears that the principal culprits for the periodic downstream flooding situation in Kingwood and Lake Houston is the failure to install effective water release gates at the Lake Houston dam site and routinely to perform appropriate brush, debris, and silt removal from the various tributaries that enter Lake Houston. These long-term, multi-decade failures of Lake Houston and Kingwood leadership to address these two issues does not justify continuing to impose the lake lowering program on the Lake Conroe area. The real downstream flood control mitigation solutions existed and have existed in Kingwood's backyard, not in the Lake Conroe watershed. As noted earlier, the River Authority Board has equal responsibilities to consider impacts of its lake lowering policies to property owners located above and below the dam. This was illustrated in the recent December 2019 U.S. Court of Federal Claims decision in the Addicks and Barker Flood Control Reservoirs upstream litigation that concludes that the Federal Corps of Engineers failed to adequately address upstream impacts while giving greater attention to downstream impacts, subjecting the Corps of Engineers to liability for the taking of property of upstream property owners during Harvey. While providing a water source for the city of Houston was primary objective, Lake Conroe, since its opening, has and continues to be a multi-use reservoir, including water source, recreation, and other uses. These additional beneficial uses must be maintained and respected. Lake Conroe is an important asset and amenity to all in the greater Houston area and generates significant economic returns and tax revenues for political subdivisions in Montgomery County. The lower levels of Lake Conroe have resulted in negative economic impacts on not only the businesses, political subdivisions, and residents, but have negative ecological impacts on fish, wildlife, and the lake in general. Lake Conroe's positive economic benefits should be encouraged instead of being impeded. Thank you very much, and I will leave a copy of my non-truncated comments with the River Authority staff.
State your name. On deck is Susie Allen.
Jim Winkler from Lake Conroe. I'm a builder and developer up on the lake. We've got about 500,000 square feet of real estate on the ground, and none of it is ever flooded. My heart does go out to the people in Kingwood. I can't imagine what it would be like. We did experience it a little bit up on our lake when the Hurricane Harvey came in. We had 4 to 5 feet of water, and every backyard that was waterfront on that lake. We have a marina up there. We were wading around in water up to our chest and chasing down boats and debris and wondering if the transformers next to us were live or hot or not. But I think it's all been said tonight. I think what Chuck did, when illustrations like that are done and we're educated to really understand what's going on, it makes everybody's job to make the correct decision a lot easier, because there's a lot of misconception going on. One thing that I wasn't clear on tonight is, tonight exactly the level of Lake Conroe is 199, almost exactly 2 feet low. Is the lake 2 feet low because of the 2 foot that was lowered out of the lake in the fall? Karen says no. It is. The lake is 2 feet low today because of what was let out of the lake in the fall of 2019. If I'm wrong, please tell me.
We don't engage in dialogue, sorry.
Okay, so, and everything else has been said. My other point is, and again, I wish I could have twinkled my nose and not made it rain like Harvey did. 150,000 homes in Houston got flooded. Kingwood had 3% of them. Everybody was affected by Harvey. Harvey was a son of a gun. It did a nasty job on all of us. If it could be repeated again tomorrow or the next day or the next day, if a 100-foot wall was built on the dam of Lake Conroe and Harvey hit again tomorrow, Kingwood would still have flooded.
Thank you, sir. I will, because I know it's hard to read your statements and watch the lights up here. So when it hits 30 seconds, I'll tell you 30 seconds so you don't have to keep glancing up here and look away from your notes. All right, Susie Allen, go ahead. On deck is Ron Liston.
We are at a fork in the river. There's a choice to be made here. Do we continue this madness, or do we step back, rethink, and resolve? I want to qualify my presence here today to let you know that I lived in Baytown, Texas, on the mouth of the San Jacinto River, where it meets the ship channel, for 37 years, and then in Kemah for 10 years. I watched my neighbors' homes sink into the bay. I watched the river go up in flames in 1984. I stood there and watched it. I have seen the river out of its banks more times than I can count. Currently, my husband and I own 40,000 square feet of manufacturing near Bush Intercontinental Airport. Our facility floods when Greens Bayou and Cypress Creek overflow and run together. This happens more often than we would like. There are no quick fixes. We have spent tens of thousands of dollars on owner-mitigated flood solutions. However, we continue to flood because of poor infrastructure permitting and poorly executed planning that never seems to get done. Even with all that, I do not expect anyone's quality of life or business to suffer so that my business doesn't flood. I do know about flooding, and I understand the obligation not to negatively affect our neighbors. The fighting that is happening here between downstream and upstream is un-Texas, unacceptable, and unneighborly. When I see a crowd like this, I can only deduce that collectively our manpower could be spent donating to our community efforts, nonprofit volunteer groups, supporting our economies and our own communities and others, and perhaps even helping our neighbors downstream in addressing the real reasons and the real long-term solutions for flooding while protecting our valuable water supply. Texans are friendly, helpful, and generous, and this is my expectation as a homeowner on Lake Conroe and a business owner that floods.
30 seconds.
This volunteer-appointed board is shouldering a heavy burden that our municipalities must handle without delay. I implore you to take a step back, look at the science, rethink the lowering of the lake, resolve this fighting so that all of us can be friendly, helpful, and productive in our communities again. This is your choice to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ron, listening on deck is Tom Schroeder. Again, I would ask that you keep an eye on the lights up here if you would.
I'm Ron Liston, owner of Conroe Yacht Club. It's a family-owned business and the smallest marina on Lake Conroe. We acquired the property in 1981 and it's a basic, very basic sailing facility for families to join, learn to sail, enjoy boating. We support the Sea Scout ship program and Aggie Sailing Club. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building this place and following your guidelines on how to put in a marina, bulkheads and slips. Over $40,000 money has gone to you for fees that you charge. You may not have taxes, but you do charge fees. I want you to consider during this kind of time, it's hard to make ends meet from facilities we can't use. And you need to consider lowering or getting rid of your fees this year. On top of all this, our membership is suffering because many do not want to go out in the lake because of increasing sandbars and stumps. Normally, our racing activities attract sailors from far away as Australia, but mostly U.S. sailors. The reputation we are now getting due to the lowering of the lake is impacting participation in our racing program. Therefore, reduced business income not only for Conroe Yacht Club, but restaurants and hotels in the area. We sympathize with the residents of Kingwood, but it is not Lake Conroe's fault. We keep being told Conroe flooded Kingwood. We did not. We contribute very little to the flooding, as evidenced in discussions earlier. And we did talk about Imelda, so I'm not going to bring that up again. Members of the board need to stop being political and make decisions based on fact and not emotions or political pressure. Stop lowering Lake Conroe and return to the business of being a reservoir as set out in your mission. Lake Conroe is not designed to be a flood control lake. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tom Schroeder and Melanie Clement will follow Tom. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Tom Schroeder. I'm a resident of Walden, and I am opposed to lake lowering. I've been asked to present this information on behalf of the Lake Conroe Association to highlight how lake lowering negatively affects the dredging industry on Lake Conroe. 3 dredging companies, bulkheading companies, were interviewed to obtain this information, but did not wish to make a presentation themselves because of their working relationship with the San Jacinto River Authority, which requires them to be permitted. Since homes on the Lake Conroe are often spaced very closely together, which precludes driving equipment between them, it often becomes impossible to access a resident's lakefront by land. Therefore, dredging and bulkhead repair are most frequently conducted by accessing the property from the lake. If the lake has been lowered by 2 feet, many locations become inaccessible by dredging barge. This precludes the customer from dredging his property or having repairs to his bulkhead at the time it is needed. The dredge and the bulkheading contractor cannot fulfill his contract, and he and his employees are unable to support his business and their families. Due to the temporary description of SJRA's lake lowering program and the necessity for the board to vote annually to continue it, planning ahead becomes far more difficult. The current example of this difficulty is the scheduled 2-month lowering that is extended into 5 months for lowering, making the fulfillment of these contracts unpredictable or impossible. Contractors want to maintain a good working relationship with property owners who purchase a property with bulkheads, some of which were built as early as 1968. This important business relationship is put in jeopardy when contracts cannot be fulfilled as scheduled due to an artificial lake lowering. A cascading effect of deferred maintenance of bulkheads produces unhappy customers whose property goes from needing maintenance and repair to one of needing replacement due to damage. The long-term relationships between property owners and contractors are threatened, and this business that depends on word-of-mouth referral is in jeopardy. Bulkheads are designed to have matching pressure from the land and on one side and the water on the other. Where water levels are decreased, an imbalance is reached, and bulkhead failures become more frequent. Circumstances arise where a bulkhead in need of repair cannot be accessed due to lowered lake levels, and if the repairs are delayed too long, become a personal hazard and reduce the property's value.
30 seconds.
When that may have been a repair, turns into a replacement. Dredging bulkheading contractors are familiar with Mother Nature and the lack of predictability of rainfall. They must accept the lake levels decrease naturally, and that may obstruct their work, but these contractors should not be penalized by the artificial lowering of Lake Conroe by SJRA and its board, especially for a program that does not have documented benefits for those downstream.
Thank you, sir. Melanie? On deck is Craig Upa. Is that right? Hey, got another one.
I'm Melanie Clement. I'm the general manager of Rinker's Boat World, previously known as Lakeshore Sports on Lake Conroe. We're a boat dealership located on Walden Road. We currently, between our sales and service locations, employ 30 to 40 people a year. So I'm just another business wanting you to see the economic impact of ourselves and like boat dealers around the lake. Our service departments are hurting greatly because people cannot get their boats out for service, annual maintenance, which is a huge part of the business. Our sales departments, which is our office staff, our porters, our detailers, all of our working people are affected every day because a boat is very much like a car. You want to test drive it. It's an emotional buy. So we need to get these people out on the water. We have a dock behind our dealership that we cannot use because it is a floating dock and it is sitting on the ground. It is too shallow to use. We have an event February 1st where we invite everybody from the Houston Boat Show. They came. We want them to finalize their deals. We can't have it at our dealership. The restaurant, The Edge, offered us theirs, but we can't use theirs. It's a permanent dock and it's too far out of the water. You have to use a ladder to get down in the boat. The people at Lake View Marina offered us their docks, but they're too high out of the water. We can't use their docks. It's a growing problem and it's going to be a continuous one. The lowering of the lake hurts our business worse than the economics of 2008 did. So it's a huge problem, and we want you to consider stopping it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corey. And on deck is Matt Newsom.
Thank you. My name is Greg Upaw. I'm the chairman of the April Sound Homeowners Association. April Sound is a lakefront community of over 2,800 homes and approximately 7,500 residents. It's been a desirable community on Lake Conroe for over 48 years. We oppose the lowering of Lake Conroe. First, to comment on your decision process. Is the River Authority employing an anticipation strategy, keeping the lake level low in anticipation of a major storm? Why not leave it at a higher level and drop it only when a major storm is imminent? As one of my residents said to me, hurricanes move like a herd of turtles. You have time to take preventative action. So what are the stakes of an anticipation strategy that leaves a lake permanently 2, 3, and sometimes the possibility of even 4 feet below pool level? A precipitous decline in property values in lakefront property in April Sound and in every other lakefront community on Lake Conroe. The decline in property values will decimate the property tax revenue that funds the schools in Montgomery County. A house that is on the lake is generally about double the value of a comparable home across the street that's not on the lake. With no lake premium, the premium evaporates, and so does about 50% of the property tax revenue. This is not a sympathy vote for the fortunate people who live on the lake, but lakefront property is where the money is, a huge chunk of the property tax revenue that funds the school system. Consider the impact of a decrease in property tax on the school system. This past year, MISD, Montgomery Independent School District, derived $78 million of its $103 million budget from property taxes. In 2017 and 18, 95% of the budget came from property taxes. Every loss of $100 million in property tax values on lakefront property would probably cause a property tax decrease of $2.5 million. You can do the math. $400 million drop would be $10 million. That would ultimately hit the school system. That reduction reduces teacher salaries, the ability to hire the best teachers, and increases class size. If you want to run a school system, all you have to do is cut funding. Children who are not in the best schools simply don't have the best chance to succeed in life that those in high quality schools have. If you seriously harm the school system, no concerned parents are going to eagerly move to this part of Montgomery County. The ones who are here might want to stay. If you want to ruin the school system, cut its funding. If you want to ruin a community, ruin the schools. Ironically, and with all due respect, if you don't get this right, you're going to have the same problem in effect in Kingwood. Those are the cascading and destructive effects of permanently lowering the lake level. We ask you to find a better way.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Matt Newsom, and then on deck is Kevin Lacey. Let me make a suggestion, kind of like the preacher. If you're having trouble hearing, there's room if you'd like to move close to the front. It's perfectly fine. You can do it while we're talking or whatever, but if you're having trouble hearing in the back there and stuff, there's lots of room if you just want to move up forward. All right. I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't take any of your time.
Thank you, Matt Newsom. I'd like to read a couple of public quotes from Jace Houston today. But before I do, I'd like to introduce who Jace Houston is. So Jace Houston is the SJRA General Manager. He's a UT grad with both a law and civil engineering degree. He's been at the SJRA for 13 years, and I think it would be hard to find a more definitive expert on the San Jacinto system than Jace Houston. So Jace was asked how he felt about lowering the lake and if it would help flooding. And I quote, he responded, "If it would have eliminated all flooding, then it might be worth a few $100 million. Here's the problem. In Harvey, we passed through the gates over 15 feet of lake level. That's how much water came through Lake Conroe." Jace then continues and he says, "If it's a Kingwood resident, we are only 10 to 15% of the water that gets to Lake Houston anyway. Even if Lake Conroe had been empty, and had not released a drop of water in Hurricane Harvey, they would still have 85 to 90% of the water they got. And then Jay summarizes by saying, Lake Conroe didn't cause their flooding. We are a small percentage of their flooding, end quote. So if we look at what Jay said there, well, he says 15 foot of water out of Conroe was 15% of the water into Kingwood. So if you do a little easy math, even an LSU grad like myself can do, a 2 foot drop in the lake would be 2% reduction in water into Kingwood. He also quantifies for you there that he believes that it's going to do several $100 million in economic damage to this area. So look, I'm not asking you to listen to me. I'm asking you to listen to the guy you're paying to help make these decisions. I'm asking you to listen to the smartest guy in the room who's telling you that this program is a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck.
I'm not sure what's worse, being quoted or the gratuitous LSU reference.
LSU, okay. On deck is Paul Waits, and I'm sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
Kevin Lacey, representing Lake Conroe Association, Municipal Utility District Number 2, and Seven Coves HOA. We gave each one of the board members this book. We have heard a lot of people quote facts. You will find 90% of the contents in this book are your press releases, your facts, your Friesen Nichols report. We hear a lot of bad math. I've heard several comments tonight. Chuck, thank you for making it clear that Lake Conroe contributes roughly 14% of the flows into the Lake Houston Basin, and the other 8 sources, which you didn't comment on, contribute the other 84%, not counting basin rainfall. What I really find, and it's been stated several times, while there is science associated and pointed to, the Friesen Nichols report clearly states there is generally not enough to be considered wholesale improvements to the flood hazard and show minimal differences in spatial extent. Chuck, your slides were great, but they didn't show the difference between 9 inches on 12 feet and 11 feet. That's the meaning, that's what Mike Blyer tried to show. It is not effective. We are trying to get across our message that this is a not effective program. That is the basis that we asked the board to not renew. We understand you needed to do something. We don't blame for the decisions that have made to institute this or to renew it while dredging was being done, but we now ask that the technical reports which you have already produced be respected. And that's why we produced the book, so that you have any questions about the math, you have any question about the facts, they're here for everybody to read. And I'm going to make sure that lots of people that I heard misstate those facts get copies of this. And if you can find an error in this book, or a misquote, or a mistake, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Paul Waits, and on deck is David Martin. Yeah, a different David Martin. Go ahead, Paul.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Tisdale, my name is William Paul Waits. I'm a registered professional engineer. I'm also a property owner of Wildwood Shores. Wildwood Shores is at the north end of Lake Conroe in Walker County, and I'm speaking for 700 property owners tonight. We're respectfully requesting that the board discontinue the lake lowering program at this time. When the lake is lowered 24 inches, it creates safety concerns in our community. One is Wildwood Shores has no fire hydrants and no fire water system in the subdivision. When Walker County shows up to put out a house fire, they have several sources. One is to throw the suction line into the lake canal for their water. They also can put their suction line into the swimming pools if they're close. And the fire chief of Walker County has said they cannot depend on a water supply when they come to these communities, so they have to bring their own. A second, when the water is lower 24 inches in our canals in Wildwood Shores, we end up with around 2 inches of water. That landlocks us. Obviously, you can't get boats out of their docks, and it also creates a safety hazard with the sandbars and stump in the lake. The other concern is if we have a serious fire in the Sam Houston forest, we got a water supply problem in putting that out, and the Sam Houston forest surrounds the subdivision. Another problem we have is after the water level is reduced, we always have a risk of an extended drought, which lowers the level in the lake multiple feet. And at times it takes up to a year to bring the level back to the normal level of 201 MSL. Following Hurricane Ike in 2010, we had an extended drought, and that you're aware of. There's a gentleman that asked me to show you this graphic. So our canals in Wildwood Shores in 2011 were literally bone dry. Thank God we did not have a house fire during that time period. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. David Martin. On deck will be Travis Payne. We're taking the names of everyone that signed up. Is Dave Martin here?
I'll take your spot.
We're taking them as you came in and signed up. We're not. Yeah, we're taking them as they came in.
So everybody that's speaking now came in before 4:30, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, a while ago I said if we have to go through all of them, that's been about an hour ago. It's going to be 5 hours. Yeah, that's what we're doing. And okay, we're cool. Everybody understands. Mr. Martin is apparently not here. So we'll go to Travis Payne. Is he here? Travis Payne? Raise your hand. Okay, I don't see Travis Payne. Terry Karka. Terry Karka. Moving right along. Sam Clater. Sam is gone. Thank you, sir. Janet Allen. Janet or Lear. There we go. Hey, we got a winner. On deck will be Julie Gilmer. If you're here, raise your hand. Julie Gilmer, if you're here, raise your hand, please. She's not here. All right. Then on deck will be John Hatley. Watley. Okay, John. I'm sorry, go ahead, Julie.
It's Janet.
Okay.
I'm Janet Allen.
Too many names.
Very quickly, or as quickly as 3 minutes will allow me.
Sure.
I've owned my house for 25 years, and I flooded in Harvey. It's devastating to go through something like that. So for my Kingwood people who are still here, I understand what you've gone through. I have a lot of sympathy for you. What I do want to say, though, is that decision on whether or not to lower the lake should be based on facts and not emotions. I live on Lake Conroe, so you should think that I would be one to say, please lower the lake. I'd say do it only based on facts, only based on science, and not based on emotions. What I would like to have you do is consider emotion before you take your vote. What I would like you to do is, when you had decided this, told us it was going to be 2 years, 2 feet, 2 years, 2 feet, temporary. What I'd like you to do is look at the amount of dredging that you've done. If you've done 50% of the dredging, rather than do 2 feet, say, okay, we've done 50% of the dredging, we only have to lower by 1 foot. If we've done 75% of the dredging, we only need to lower by 6 inches. And when dredging is complete, we don't have to lower the lake anymore. The other motion I would like the board to take up is that lowering of the lake has to be completed in 3 years, no matter what. You committed to us, it's temporary. Commit to yourselves that it's temporary. Get the work done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Is it Watley or Hatley?
Sir, my name is John Hatley.
Okay, John.
Hotel, Alpha, Tango, Lima, Echo, Yankee.
I got you.
Military.
All right. John Beatty is up next, so he's here. All right, John.
Let me just say I'm, first of all, very pleased for this opportunity.
Sure.
I respect the board. I also respect who's in charge here, the governor. Let's look a moment at what the governor said after his 2.5-hour helicopter ride. Fix it. 2 words. Fix it. Don't play with it. Fix it. Exit floodgates, controls on the Lake Houston. Fix it. Don't play with it. Fix it. Dredging works aggressively and diligently, carried forward in a responsible, consistent manner. Don't play it. Fix it. Storm drainage. We've heard tremendous stories of not getting it executed diligently and possible squandering of money and time. Fix it. Don't play it. Next, facts to be followed, not emotions. We've heard several experts, including your own good engineering, report that 16% of the water, or thereabouts, sometimes it's 14%, flows from Conroe into Kingwood. Is the tail wagging the dog? That means 84% is somewhere else impacting the good people in Kingwood. If 84% is the problem, why is the tail wagging the dog? Follow science, engineering reports. Yes, it's good to be emotional, but we need to understand. Fix it means don't play with it. Fix it means aggressively going after the problems where they reside. Fix it means it's not a political, emotional, fast, visible, and cheap thing to accomplish, which was, let's whack Lake Conroe. No, fix it means go for the root cause of the problem. And the root cause is not Lake Conroe, and it's 16%. With all due respect, I think it's obvious. I think you need to abolish this seasonal, temporary seasonal, whatever it is, program for Lake Conroe. It's not sensible. It's not supported by your engineering. It is supported by emotions. But the governor said, fix it. Don't play with it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Sean Beatty. And on deck is Colleen Ulrich. Are you here, Colleen? Raise your hand if you're here. Last call, okay. And then we'll have on deck Julie Huckabee. Is she here? Okay. Sorry about this, John. We've got to get the next one up.
Can I suggest that you ask everyone really quickly, if they wanted to speak, raise their hand. A lot of people may have left.
Well, that's, yeah. I'm trying to keep it in order to Keith Pash. Okay, he's going to speak. So, Keith, you're up after. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name's John Beatty. Bravo, Echo, Alpha, Tango, Yankee. No, I'm speaking for myself and on behalf of
Oscar Kilo.
I'm speaking on behalf of myself and 4,800 petitioners that have signed my petition to cease the lowering of Lake Conroe. One of my greatest senses of pride was having served in the military as a combat veteran and fighting for my country. And I never expected that after coming home to Texas, I'd have to fight for my home. I realize this is extremely emotional. I've rewritten, taken out a lot of this stuff because it's already been iterated. But it's quite obvious that this has become more of a political issue than more of one that just makes sense. My primary residence is in Meyerland. We know a thing or two about flooding. Floods happen. They're tragic, they're terrible. Wish we could avoid them. There's only one guy you can speak to stop that, okay? All the facts are here. You asked, we lowered, we've done it, let's move on. All of these energies would be better served on the city and the other agencies to finish their mitigation programs. Lord knows they've had since 1959, okay? 14% of the lake impacts the Kingwood and Lake Houston area. We're all trying desperately to mitigate the flooding. And by your own evidence, we're only 14% of the issue. But what you're doing is impacting 100% of our community. Okay? I state my primary residence is in Maryland. Obviously, I have a house here on Lake Conroe. And my wife and I have invested heavily in that.
I was kind of curious how we were affecting
sorry.
Maryland.
Well, I wore blue so I wouldn't get jumped by either side, no. But, going quickly, we hope to retire here. Fell in love with it.
Sure.
Came home, first time ever on Lake Conroe was when I was at school, Texas A&M. But I would just say this, the thing that stresses me the most is my value, my property, and my rights as a citizen should not mean less because they are not located in Kingwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, sir. Okay. Keith, on deck is Steve Harkness.
All right, Kathleen.
Don't miss your bus if you're on the bus.
I won't miss the bus. Very brief. My name is Keith Patchy. I'm a 14-year resident of Walden, and I hope the information presented today convinces you to end the temporary seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe. But if you choose for some reason to continue, please limit it to 1 foot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I tell you what, there was a suggestion by a gentleman. If you are still here and you've turned in a card and you want to speak, would you please move down here to the front so we'll know who's going to speak and who's not? There are 2 or 3 rows here that are available, so if you signed up, you still want to speak, if you come down here on the left, I'd appreciate it. No, I just want to get you up here where I know who's coming up. I know how many people are coming. Sure. You got it. And what might help is I will probably, I don't know who got here first. If you guys would just like, yeah, I'll just call them whenever. All right, Bob Vrehack is after.
Steve Hartman.
Steve. Okay, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me. I had a long thing written, but most all has been said. I don't need to repeat it. thank you for your presentation. It was informative. But as I looked at these shirts that say lives over levels, it did make me think of something else, and then someone quoted Ben Franklin. So I'm going to quote a truly great man, my dad. When I was a teenager, I did a lot of stupid stuff, and the message he always told me, every decision you make has a consequence. Those are your consequences. I can't tell you what it's like to live in a house that was flooded because I have never bought a house in a floodplain. But going back to Ben Franklin, who ought to be honorably mentioned, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. This is as much for the politicians, or probably more than it is you. Curing the problem is not all these levees and all the dredging and opening the gates. Curing the problem is having city leaders and politicians stop letting developers build houses in flood zones and some people buying them that don't know they're in the flood zone. That's the message for the politicians. Stop building homes where they shouldn't be built. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bob Rehak. Bob Rehak. Behind him is John Martin. Were you here, John Martin? No? All right, hang on just a second, Bob. Eric Birch, are you here? All right, sir. I'm sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Hi, my name is Bob Rehak. I live in Kingwood, and I'm here tonight as a representative of the Kings Forest Community Association. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the lake lowering policy, and I'm here tonight to urge you to continue it. The last time I spoke, I spent most of my time correcting misinformation, and I hear it over and over again tonight. You know, people shouldn't buy homes in floodplains. Well, most of the homes that flooded in Kingwood during Harvey weren't in floodplains. Yes, some were, but not all of them were. I myself live 2.1 miles from the San Jacinto River. I'm not in any known floodplain, but they were launching rescue boats from my driveway. 110 of the 250 homes in Kings Forest, all of which are more than 2 miles from the river, flooded. This is real damage. I've heard tonight, that the 6 inches of water that we're talking about lowering beyond the normal rate of evaporation here has destroyed the environment in Lake Conroe, destroyed the Montgomery County tax base, destroyed recreation, destroyed the lake, destroyed schools, and destroyed home values. Well, I want to tell you what destroying home values is really like. You know, when somebody gets 7 feet of water in their house, after Lake Conroe opens up its floodgates and increases the rate of water coming down the West Fork by 30%. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about insurance here. You know, the best insurance policy is one you never have to use. And yet people are complaining about the fact that they haven't had to use this policy yet. Well, it has come in handy. I've also heard people talk about the Freeze and Nichols study and the conclusions in it. We have data that's replaced the modeling, which didn't apply to Kingwood. You know, so let's take that off the table. There were entire subdivisions in Kingwood that were destroyed. This thing says lives over levels. That's an acknowledgement of the 13 people in Kingwood who died as a result of the Lake Conroe release. Died. Yes, died.
Okay.
There were entire subdivisions destroyed. Kingwood Greens, the Enclave, Town Center, Kings Harbor, Barrington, Kingwood Cove.
30 seconds.
In Kings Forest, we still have 5 homes that are abandoned. And many are still not reoccupied. We've lost neighbors, friends, families, children.
Okay, I've got the time. Time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Eric, and following him will be Bill McCabe, is that correct? Okay, you're following, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all for hanging in there with us tonight. My name is Eric Birch. I live in Willis. I wrote an article recently for the Courier, and I want to share that article with you tonight. I'll give it to you, a very own copy of it. My comments were prepared, but most of them have already been said, so what I'm going to try to do is jump through here and hopefully it won't be too disjointed to make the unique comments. First, obviously, very sorry for everyone who flooded in Kingwood. Horrible experience. Nobody would want to go through that. Second, I think it's important to note I've got 2 grown kids, 7 grandkids, and many friends who live in Kingwood and in Humble. If I thought that lowering Lake Conroe would help those people, I guarantee you I would wholeheartedly support it. However, for all the reasons I want to explain to you, I don't believe that to be the case. Like Mr. Houston, I'm actually an attorney also. I'm an environmental attorney, and I've done it for 30 years. And also like Mr. Houston, I'm an engineer. I practiced engineering for quite a few years in the chemical industry before I went to law school. You know, one of the things I do in my job is research. And when this all happened, and when Harvey happened, and when the proposal for the lake lowering got proposed, I did a lot of research. And I've done a lot of research over all this time. And all of that research, I've read not only the SJRA reports by Fries and Nichols, both of those reports, a 2000 report by Brown and Root, a 2012 report by Texas A&M, a 2018 report by Texas A&M, and wasted tons of time on the internet researching the issue. I just don't see any support for lowering Lake Conroe to prevent downstream flooding. All of the reports I read, lots of suggestions, lots of good ideas, lots of the causes, never a single time was a cause being the normal pool level of Lake Conroe, and never was a preventative measure to lower Lake Conroe. The one possible exception is Fries and Nichols, where even that report, if you read it, it doesn't really say lowering Lake Conroe will prevent flooding. It said there may be some limited benefit. It almost sounded to me like engineers who were trying to say things that sounded good, but they really couldn't go as far as they were being asked to go. Harvey was a once-in-a-lifetime event. You know, in my profession, we design a lot of things to design flood standards. We use 25-year floods, 100-year floods, and even occasionally 500-year floods. You never design anything to a 1,000-year flood. We had a one-time event. To summarize, I support any engineering solutions for preventing downstream flooding in the Lake Houston watershed. I have family, friends there. I obviously support that. I don't support lowering Lake Conroe simply because I see no basis for that being a viable way of preventing flooding.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Bill McCabe, and then followed by Rigby Owen. Is he here? Rigby Owen, are you here? We would have probably heard from him if he was.
Yeah, my name is Bill McCabe. First of all, I'd like to thank the San Jacinto River Authority Board of Directors for their decision over the past 2 years to temporarily lower Lake Conroe. This action on your part has protected the taxpayers of the state of Texas. By taking precautionary measures, the board has prevented the possible imposition of millions in tax dollars for liability due to damages which could be caused by flooding. This affects the taxpayers not only on Lake Conroe, but also those on Lake Houston. As was recently demonstrated in the Addicts and Barker Reservoir case, a government entity may be held liable for taking of a person's property if they knowingly allow a flood situation to exist and do nothing to prevent future flooding. The Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says that private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. In Addicts, it was reasonably foreseeable that the government would have to flood upstream properties in the event of significant rainfall. By doing nothing to mitigate the issue, the Corps of Engineers effectively condemned the upstream owner's private property, making the American taxpayer liable for huge damages. The SJRA board, by taking the very reasonable step of temporarily lowering Lake Conroe, will limit SJR's liability in the case of another Harvey-like disaster. Not doing so exposes the SJRA to additional liability, since after Harvey, they know that the probable result of their inaction is downstream flooding. Although Lake Conroe was built as a water supply development, one of the primary duties of the SJRA is also to prevent flooding and to protect property from flooding, according to your 1946 master plan. The lake was not built for recreational purposes, nor was it built to increase the property value of surrounding landowners, but to provide drinking water for the city of Houston, which owns approximately 2/3 of the Lake Conroe water. The SJRA is chartered by the state of Texas, and as such has to work in the best interest of the entire state. In my opinion, by the temporary lowering of the lake, the SJRA is protecting the taxpayers from huge payments for damages. As a state agency, the SJRA has a duty to the taxpayers of the entire state of Texas. You have the choice to choose recreation versus flood prevention. Please make the right choice and avoid huge damage awards in the event of a flood.
Thank you, sir. John Wagner is next. There we go. And Elizabeth Guys. There you go. You're next.
I am John Wagner. The flooding in Kingwood is not caused by Lake Conroe. It's obvious that we've heard already that 14% of the water that flows into Lake Houston comes from Lake Conroe. Yet Lake Conroe is getting blamed for 86% of the problem. This is ridiculous. Lake Conroe is a major factor in the growth and financial success of Montgomery County. Businesses and developments on Lake Conroe pay huge taxes and bring substantial revenue to our county. Since the lake has been lowered, I've noticed significant increase in Salvinia molesta around my dock and bulkhead. Salvinia molesta produces acid and lowers the pH of the lake. Less water reduces the dilution and increases the acidity. Higher acidity increases the rate of growth of Salvinia molesta and destroys the quality of the water. We can't afford to let Salvinia molesta get out of control again on Lake Conroe. Do not lower water levels on Lake Conroe and kill the goose who lays the golden eggs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Elizabeth, and you're going to be followed by Arthur Balsamo. Is Arthur here? Last call, Arthur. All right, you'll be followed by Carrie Jagger. Are you here, Carrie? Yeager, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Mick. If not, Max Tizanas. Okay, there we go. I probably got that one wrong too. All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
My name is Elizabeth Guide. I'm with the Elm Grove Homeowners Association and represent 1,500 houses in Kingwood, Texas. I also have been a Kingwood resident since 1986, and my memory starts in 1986 and remembers the 1994 flood that had people rescued off their roofs in Forest Cove because Conroe let water out and flooded Kingwood. They did the same thing under dark of night and flooded my neighbors that I had to get the Army Coast Guard to get people out of Barrington, close personal friends of mine. This is a life-threatening matter. In hindsight, we found Bob Rehack is right. There was 13 residents in a senior citizens facility that passed away. Those people retired to their retirement facility 3 miles from a lake. You guys retired in Lake Conroe. These people retired and died. So you're complaining about things that are superfluous when we're talking about a human life. You can boo me, you can yell at me, that's the reality of it, okay? So I'm here to tell you there's another problem that the reason I came to speak tonight is because you're conflating an issue. The issue with Imelda was caused by Perry Homes. It was not caused by you, we all understand that. Had you not lowered that lake, however, the issue that we have with Perry Homes that's precipitatively now 4 times flooded Elm Grove would have been exacerbated because the water would have still not been able to get out. So I have 300 acres that flooded us, that has nothing to do with you. So can we please leave Imelda out of this discussion because it has nothing to do with it. But you know what? You would have to actually know what you're talking about to know that. And I've heard a lot of ignorance here tonight.
Keep everything civil.
I am keeping them civil, all right? I'm letting you know that you don't have the facts. The facts are, there's 2 zip codes in Kingwood. You're flooding 77345. Perry Homes is flooding 77339. So if we can kind of understand the problems and know what we're talking about, you're going to have a much easier road. Conroe has flooded Kingwood twice in the 30 years that I've lived there. End of story.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Max will be next. And following Max, if you're here. Yeah. Gary, I think he's already spoken, has he not? That's not fair, getting 2 names in the lottery here. David Feely? Fail. You here? Okay, you're following. I'm sorry, go ahead, Max.
All right, my name is Max Tesanos. I'm HOA Director for Hunter's Landing on Lake Conroe. One of the things, let me say first, Lake Conroe didn't flood downstream. You guys letting out the water didn't flood downstream. That was an act of God. That was force majeure, okay? Let's get it right. First of all, it was an act of God. Secondly, what I wanted to say is this. If you build in a flood zone, there's flood insurance offered, right? All the time, you can get flood insurance. It's at your choice. You know the damage that's going to be caused on Lake Conroe, on the bulkheads, by hydrostatic pressure or lack of, the settling of the foundations of those homes nearby to the lake, that's going to be damage that is not insurable. That comes out of the pockets of those individuals. So then, guess what? People don't buy, prices go down. That's not insurable. You can't go and get insurance for the lake going down. There is no such thing. So keep that in mind. It's something that is going to happen if this continues to go on. Now, mind you, one of the studies that you presented, you kept using 201 as a reference point for extra storage, 1 and 2 feet. Why are you using 201? I mean, the SJRA reserves the right to go up to 207 feet, right? So that's 201 minus 207, that's 6 feet of extra storage that you guys reserve the right to use. As a matter of fact, you tell us on Lake Conroe, if you build below 207 and when you flood, it's on you. That makes sense, right? So you have that extra 6 feet of storage in addition to the 1 foot and the 2 foot. So it's really 7 feet and 9 feet, is it not? You see what I'm saying? And so I don't understand why you have to go to those measures where you really have additional storage there. And I'm for anything that will improve for both downstream and Lake Conroe. But to take a shotgun approach to something, it's not the way to do it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. David will be followed by Worth Davis. Are you here, Worth? Mr. Davis? No? If not, how about Warren Wagner? Okay, you'll be following. Go ahead, David.
President Tisdale and SJR board members, my name is David Fail. On December 12th, I spoke to you about buying waterfront Lake Houston Atascosita home of 43 years. which is south of Kingwood, it's out of the 100-year floodplain. And for me, that was the first time I had flooded. It was a devastating event, caused us negative health issues, and we are still rebuilding today, over 2 years later. That prompted me to join the Lake Houston Area Long-Term Task Force to work for flooding protection solutions in the San Jacinto watershed area. When Imelda hit, I personally saw evidence that the SJRA's temporary seasonal lake lowering policy indeed was a helpful flood fighting tool. It is the only one that we have until more permanent solutions are put into place, such as the additional gates on Lake Houston when they are operational. That project is on schedule to be completed in fall of 2022. We realize that this causes Lake Conroe waterfront homeowners inconvenience for boating recreation on the lake, and we are appreciative of their patience while we all go through getting permanent flood solutions in place. I'm personally going through those same inconveniences because I too am a waterfront homeowner with property on Lake Houston. So let's all please keep these following points in mind. In the original enabling legislation that created the SJRA, flood protection was listed as one of the primary missions. Number 2, shortly after Hurricane Harvey, Governor Abbott directed the SJRA to implement immediate and long-term solutions to protect life and property of Texas living in the watershed. The lake lowering policy is the only tool that the SJRA has to help immediately mitigate some of these problems. Is it the perfect comprehensive tool? Of course not. But it is the best protection that we have until longer-term protection measures are put in place. Now, number 3, it's the right thing to do. Trying to protect people's lives and property far outweigh protecting the convenience of recreational boating. A question for the SJR board is, do you want to risk being on the wrong side of history? How would you feel if you voted against the temporary lake lowering policy and sometime in the next couple of years, people flooded downstream who you could have protected but didn't? Please keep the lake lowering policy in place until permanent measures can be put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Warren. And following that is Marianne Fordson. Okay, you'll be next. Go ahead, Warren.
All right. Thank you to the San Jacinto River Authority Board and Operations Management. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to speak to you. My name is Warren Wagner. My family has been living in Kingwood for many years. My purpose here this evening is to encourage the board to make the morally right decision to approve temporary seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe in 2020. During Hurricane Harvey, River Authority Management unleashed a tidal wave of water at night with inadequate warning of downstream residents and causing 6,000 homes and businesses to be flooded, 2/3 of them in Kingwood. The emotional and financial impact from this devastation is still ongoing. And to my disbelief, the same River Authority Operations Management is still here today, causing me to believe that they could make the same decision and we'd do this all over again. As I looked around earlier in this room, I saw similar retirement demographics here as in Kingwood, and I ask that you think about having to use your retirement assets to rebuild your home, rebuild your life, and not being in a position to replace these financial assets through future earnings. Another consideration for the board: if the board removes the temporary lower seasonal watering level safety buffer before the Lake Houston Dam finishes, and there is another major downstream flooding event caused by a River Authority water release, the City of Houston will will likely seek reimbursement for damages from the River Authority, while concurrently, the city and its state legislative delegation will likely pursue legislation and regulation changes affecting future River Authority operations. For the Lake Conroe residents concerned about your property market values during this temporary lowering of Lake Conroe water levels, then seek relief from your Montgomery County Appraisal District on lowering your 2020 property valuations. For example, the Harris County Appraisal District lowered property values for Hurricane Harvey victims. To the board, I ask that you approve temporary seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe for 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mary Ann? And Art Jansen will follow. Is Art here? Art? No Art. Okay, Mike Berger, are you here? No Mike. Okay. Peg Lombardi? Okay, Peg Lombardi will follow you, Mary Ann. So you're
Okay. I'm Mary Ann Fortson. I'm here on behalf of the Foster's Mill Village Community Association. I'm the president. We have 547 homes, 60% of them flooded in Harvey. We are the neighborhood that is closest to the mouth bar that just got approval to be dredged and is currently starting to be dredged. And I also am the secretary for Kingwood Service Association, which is a component of about 90% of the HOAs in Kingwood, and we represent about 70,000 homes. And we also operate the parks in Kingwood, and Harvey cost KSA $500,000 just to repair the parks alone. We have now, I understand that you have issues about being able to get your boats out. However, the one public boat dock we have in Kingwood has not been operational since Harvey, and we have just completed the permitting process in order to dredge it at the cost of $500,000 to reopen our boat dock. So I would like to ask that you continue the seasonal lowering. We've been working with the county, with the state, with the city since October of 17 on solutions with the internal drainage and the dredging with Councilman Martin's office and Dan Huberty's office, and we just ask that you continue to keep it lowered. We're making a lot of progress, but there's still some things that need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Peg. Followed by Amy Schnell. Are you here, Amy? Amy Schnell. Is that right? Schnell, S-C-H-N-E-L, like quick. Are you Amy? Oh, okay. That's definitely an Amy. Brian Novelli. Nope. Bob Dimitrov. No, Bob. Okay, Ed. Not sure. Panchvar. Panchvar? No. If it sounds close, jump up. David Kinnison? No, David. Tina Crowder? No, Tina. I thought this was going to take a lot longer than it is. Rudolph Hanselka. Is that it? No? He did. Okay, thank you, sir. Austin McMillan. Okay, you're going to follow her. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Peg.
Thank you, distinguished board, for this opportunity to speak.
Sure.
My name is Peg Lombardi. I live in Pebble Glen on the lake in Conroe. We're, unlike some of the other communities around here, pretty small. We have 92 owners. And we do oppose the seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe
for many reasons. Numerous ones have already been spoken about, so I'll just get to a couple of ones that I'd like to reinforce. Negative financial impact on the owners and from reduction of property values. Significant costly damage to bulkheads, docks incurred on multiple properties on our subdivision alone, and we're a small subdivision. We feel that's due in part to the combination of the seasonal lowering of the lake combined with the heavy rains we get there. When the lake is lower, you don't have the impact of the lake to hold back that heavy soil on that. And that's not a $100, $2,000 fix. Those are expensive to replace your bulkheads, and we've had several of those. Negative financial impact on local businesses due to reduced access. Negative financial impact on our municipalities from reduced property values and/or assessments that lead to reduced tax revenue for area cities, for reduced taxes collected on goods and services. Those losses, in turn, negatively impact every resident in our community. The initial dredging that was used as a reason to lower Lake Conroe is complete. That was the original thing that we were told that was going to happen, and then we would start going back to our normal. Our community feels that San Jacinto River Authority should be transparent and openly present all the data and research that lie behind its decisions made by them, including gathering and studying data on the negative impact that the lake lowering has had on area residents and communities. I haven't heard anything about any of that you all are looking into, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would take that under consideration, because it's not as simple as, gee, I can't get my boat out to spend a day on the lake. There are some serious financial issues. Decisions need to be made based on data, research, and best practices, with attention paid to all who are impacted by it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Austin McMillan, and you'll be followed by Roger Daly. Are you here, Roger? Okay, sir, you're next. Go ahead, Austin.
Alrighty, my name is Austin McMillan, and I am a resident of Harris County. Let me preface this by saying that I know both sides. I've mucked out my parents' place. I have thrown away family mementos, shed lots of tears, and went through that process with my parents. And so I know both sides of this argument, and I understand the emotions on both sides. My question is, the initial proposal that was put forth by the management team to the board was a 6-inch and a 1-foot reduction. That was the initial proposal. And so my question for the board is, and you can put this out on social media and your reports, is what quantitative data did you use to double the initial proposal that was put forth to the board? Because that is what happened, and that's what y'all are currently utilizing. And I just want to caution, I am all for compromise, and so I'm probably nobody here's favorite person. So I understand that there needs to be some mitigation efforts. My question is why did you double it? And in doing so, what Lake Conroe residents are viewing that as is you telling them that their property, their life, their value is less than those of a Lake Kingwood residents. And so it's tough to be put in that situation, but that is kind of where y'all are at. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Austin.
Hi, my name is Roger Daly. I'm in Kingwood, and
let me interrupt you just a second. I'll give you your time back. David Bach, are you here? I just want to make sure we're not holding people longer than we have to. Stuart Fagan? No Stuart. Yvette Timmons? No Yvette? All right. Wow. Cheryl Starbuck Wilson. Okay. Ken Criswell. I think we already heard from Ken. I don't know about these people getting 2 shots at this. Anthony, Tony, McGarry, yeah, okay. All right, you're following this gentleman. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Roger, you'll get your full 3 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I just have a couple of matters. First of all, one thing to note is even before the waters came into Kingwood to flood them on Route 59, 69, over the San Jacinto River, there was such force coming from Lake Conroe that it moved barriers and it also undermined the actual bridges. So for many of us in Kingwood, not only did we have to muck out our houses, but we had to spend extra time actually getting to work downtown to deal with the limitations of having only 1 bridge rather than the 2. And the second thing is you guys do have a heavy burden. Clearly before it was mentioned about the Barker Addicts situation. That is actually a federal situation. At the state level, it's really Article 1, Section 17 about inverse condemnation. And you need to do the right thing because clearly not only does it affect people in Kingwood, but you guys will be on the hook in case things go the right way. So please do the right thing and continue with the waterfront.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, Tony, you should be followed by Willis Marburger. Okay, sir. Hey, we got a present. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tony Benvenu. I'm a Kingwood resident since 1984. Currently live in Barrington. My wife and I strongly urge the SGRA board to continue the policy of lowering Lake Conroe lake level seasonally until such other time as the other flood mitigation measures have been implemented, namely the floodgates on Lake Houston and the dredging within a specified period of time. I stayed behind on a family trip during Hurricane Harvey to prepare for possible flooding. After working for 36 hours straight, moving as much as I could upstairs, I remember going to bed thinking things looked scary, but I was hopeful that my home would not be flooded, and the level outside my golf course lot house, not in the floodplain, was stable. I was awoken by a phone call at 4 a.m. in the morning by my brilliant A&M brother-in-law meteorologist who models for the Weather Channel at one point in his career and who urged me to leave because Lake Conroe was releasing a huge rate of 80,000 cubic feet per second. And that is nearly 7 times what was released in 1994, and I was in Kingwood when that event happened. Both times we got flooded when large flows come instantaneously. I'm an engineer like Mr. Houston here. Instantaneous rates cause lots of problems. They bring down sand, plugged up our drainage systems, all right? It's the instantaneous rate that caused the problem. I went outside and waded through water to go to power off my home when he called. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning. Water started coming into my home at 6:45 a.m. and by 11 a.m. I had 3 feet of water in my home. At that point, I decided to evacuate my kayak and had difficulty getting through to the Methodist church up the road because of the currents. My most vivid memory is hearing all the helicopters flying over the other 6,000 homes and businesses
30 seconds.
flooded in Kingwood and hearing and seeing all of the Cajun Navy boats. It was like being in a war. Now, due to the many circumstances, my wife and I slept in our home for the first time since Harvey in August of 2019, nearly 2 years since the flooding event. The SGRA has an obligation to mitigate flooding as well as manage the physical aspects of the Conroe Dam and infrastructure. I personally hold Mr. Jace Houston of the SGRA responsible for making the decision to release water at such a huge rate.
had the SJRA been planning properly for a rain event of 30, 40, 50 inches of rain at certain spots in the Houston area and studied the scenarios of what lake levels would do and understand the hydrology of the entire San Jacinto drainage and coordinated with the Houston Harris County Flood Control District, a lot of the pain and suffering caused by the one man's decisions to open the floodgates to the enormous levels would have been avoided.
Your time is up.
Can I just finish?
No, sir. You're well over. Okay, Willis, Marburger would be followed by Ken Henry. Ken Henry, are you here? Hang on just a second, Willis. Ken's not here. Sarah Countryman? Okay, you'll be following. Okay, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
I'm not going to rehash anything that somebody's brought up tonight.
No. It's okay.
I want to say two things that are on my mind that bother me. Is what are y'all going to do about the city of Houston now putting on plants to use surface water, which is going to put much more demand on Lake Conroe for water. I got notices from 2 districts within the past 2 weeks. I'm a developer, ex-developer. I don't develop up here. I do own property up here. I have a residence both places. But we're going to have to go on surface water and get 80% of our water that way. Only hold our wells in reserve for 20%. That's, when they get through with everything in North Harris County Municipal Utility District control, that's going to be, I can't imagine what kind of drain it's going to put. My question is, how are y'all going to deal with that? And there's another problem. I think the Trinity could help you solve 2 or 3 problems. I know there's been some idea kicked around about the Trinity being utilized to supply water to Lake Conroe, but nothing's been done that I know of toward that. I think it would be a great idea. I mean, it's expensive, but it's the best idea I know of to where you could throttle Lake Conroe up and down a foot or so, not really probably bother hardly anybody getting access, but you could also replenish it real easy with water from the Trinity as it gushes water to the Gulf. They can't even deal with it down that time. Somehow we need to do a tie-in with the Trinity. I hope y'all are considering that very seriously right now. And as far as flooding, I'm going to go ahead and make
30 seconds.
Hold on.
30 seconds.
Okay, Kingwood, Roman Forest, I can name a bunch. Been flooded ever since I've been a resident of Houston, and that's since 1970. Things aren't going to change unless a lot's changed on drainage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Willis. Sarah?
Good evening, Board. First of all, I'd like to just put it out there. I'd like to see, I'm the mayor of the city of Montgomery, and I'd like to see more representation from folks of Montgomery and Lake Conroe on this board. I think that it would certainly give us a louder voice if you don't see the sea of red that was here earlier. I also wrote a letter on January 9th and I haven't received any response back, so I wanted for the record to go ahead and read that letter so that y'all have heard it or read it and are aware of it. Dear SJRA Board Directors, I'm writing you regarding an upcoming SJRA Board meeting in which the temporary seasonal lowering of Lake Conroe will be discussed. As the mayor of the city of Montgomery, I represent a city that depends on the significant tax revenue generated by the use and depends on this, and proximity of Lake Conroe. The city of Montgomery's economy thrives and depends on the Lake Conroe community, whether full-time residents, weekend warriors, or seasonal visitors. Many Texans from all over the state visit Lake Conroe on a daily basis, and certainly for our wedding venues that are subsequent around the town. Montgomery is only a few short miles from the lake, and a significant portion of our tax revenue comes from the restaurants, retail shopping, and fuel stations located within the town of Montgomery. The artificial lowering of the lake critically impacts homeowner property values, ability to use recreational water vehicles, all types of water sports, recreation and professional fishing tournaments, year-round tourism, lakefront restaurants, and retailers. Lowering the lake will force homeowners to leave their homes, want successful businesses to close, tourism to halt, and our city to no longer thrive at the level it has become accustomed to. Montgomery is experiencing serious growth and impairs financially due to an unfortunate and unavoidable flood to the residents of Kingwood. It is a reach well beyond the realm of possibility when only 13% of the overall floodwaters originated from Lake Conroe. This evening I learned 14. This is preposterous. My ask is that you will seriously reconsider the proposed temporary lowering of Lake Conroe, as well as the stance you're taking against the city of Montgomery and surrounding cities, homeowners in and around the lake, and the businesses that depend on the vitality of Lake Conroe. Lowering Lake Conroe is not the answer. It is our hope that SJRA focus on finding the right answer, and you will have my commitment to be a part of that solution. Sincerely, Sjra Countryman, City of Montgomery. Thank you.
Just a second. I want to apologize for not recognizing you as an elected official at the start of this. If I would have known you were here, I would have certainly brought you up at the beginning.
I sat with my people. That's okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Here we go, and we're gonna try to see if we've got somebody to follow you up here. Carol Norton. Okay, we got Carol. You'll follow him. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening.
Yes.
My name is Bob Ferrante, and I'm here to tell you about the impact of the lowering of the lake has had on me, my business, my employees, my customers, and most important, the impact it has had and will have on the greatest resource, our children. I came to Conroe and opened April Sound Bait and Tackle in April of 2015. I brought my life savings here to open up this shop. I've heard and read that the lowering of the lake was not, has not, and will not have any economic impact in this area. I read this in the paper. Please explain that to a full-time adult and 2 part-time teenage employees that work for me, learning about business and customer relations. Explain it to my local wholesalers that provided me with worms and minnows and frozen bait. Because of our successes in the first year and a half, April Sound Bait and Tackle doubled in size. We attracted customers from Houston, Tomball, Cypress, Huntsville, and as far away as Texas City, Baytown, and many that came from East Montgomery County, Kingwood, Porter, New Caney, etc. These people didn't just spend money in my shop, they spent money in other businesses in our area as well. They brought their children to spend a day or weekend with Mother Nature and fishing on the lake. Whether they brought a boat or to fish from the bank at Lake Conroe Park, just up the street from my shop, or to camp up at Stubblefield or Cahill Recreation Area, parents brought their young kids to visit Mr. Bob to see the fish in his shop. The proof is in my Facebook reviews. We were able to donate merchandise to the Conroe ISD Police Department for their PAL fishing tournaments. We supported the bass clubs in the area high schools. We gave to charity tournaments for wounded warriors. Most of all, we did everything we could to get families to spend time with their children in the outdoors. A kid is not getting into trouble with a rod and reel in his hands. From September to March, when tourist traffic was low, April Sound Bait and Tackle depends on local residents for revenue. Families living along the lake can no longer fish from their docks. Therefore, they couldn't come to my shop for bait. I got calls recently from locals telling me how they couldn't launch their boats. One woman told me how she couldn't land a catfish that she had caught, and she ended up falling off of her dock. When SJRA lowered the lake 1 foot in May of 2018, it didn't hurt my business. But when the lake was lowered 2 feet in September of that same year, suddenly my business dropped over 70% from the previous year. I had to let my part-timers go. I went back to Houston and went back to work so I could keep my full-timer on and try to keep my shop open. When I learned that the lake was going to remain very low for an extended period of time, I knew that I could not keep the shop open, and we closed on July 7th last year.
30 seconds.
My business may not have been a huge tax benefit to our community, but this lowering program killed it, and it will do the same to others if it continues. The patrons we attracted came here from all over Houston area and beyond to enjoy the lake and spend their family dollars here. Please do not renew this program.
Let me ask you a question. You said at one level it impacted you, at one level it didn't. I didn't catch those two different levels.
The first time you lowered the lake just 1 foot.
Yeah.
Then when it went down to the second,
Right.
to 2 feet.
Thank you. Carol, it'll be followed by Debbie Hamilton. Is Debbie Hamilton here? Nope.
Board, my name is Carol Martin. I'm from Kingwood. I have heard both sides of the story tonight. I wasn't affected by the flooding in and except that I took in a family of 6 for a month afterwards who was flooded. There have been discussions on both sides as to who's lost the most. But the one discussion that we have not had tonight is what is causing all the flooding as far as the runoff, the water, besides just the rain. No one here has done a study on the mining and what the sediment rate is that's coming down our river. That has greatly affected the volume that our lakes and our tributaries will hold. No one has discussed the arable land that we have lost as our cities continue to grow over the last 5-10 years. Okay, until we have the full picture, because right now, lowering lake levels is a Band-Aid. Okay, until we have the full picture of everything that is going on and is going to happen that we can predict for the next 5-10 years, which I know we do when we're looking at floodplains and everything. I do not feel comfortable one iota in changing what you are currently doing, because right now it's a wing and a prayer, and I don't want to have to go through this again. I don't want my friends to have to go through it. I don't want nieces, nephews. All of us were affected. So until this board has every fact in front of itself and can make an extremely educated decision on that, I urge you, stick with what you have. At least it's insurance in case something does go wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't get my on-deck person called up. I'm going to guess Charles Patterson. Mr. Patterson, are you here? There we go. I want to ask Randy Broad, are you here? Randy left. Okay. Hang on just a second there, Darrell. Jeremy Lamont? No, Jeremy. Okay. Jack Roth. Y'all can understand, I'm just seeing these, so if I misread them, wow. Larry. Singery. Is he here? No. Okay. We'll go ahead with, is it Jarl or Charlie?
No, Jarl.
Jarl, okay.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. Thank you first for your service. I really appreciate that, and that was really why I wanted to stick around here. And I would also like to thank you for the opportunity to express my concern here. Also want to applaud you on your courage, because I know it's not an easy job you have, I trust you will make the facts-based decision going forward. So I'm here to ask you to continue to lower the water level. I did want to mention a couple of things. I'm always also live on a lake, like a lot of people on Lake Houston. I love the lake, go out on my kayaks and so forth. But I do also understand that there's more at stake. So lowering the water level at Lake Conroe until such time as the more permanent measures are in place is, as I understand it, the only really solution that will prevent further loss of life and also the livelihood of people downstream of Lake Conroe. So, and I think it was mentioned here recently, it's really the rate of the release that's the problem. It's not just the amount that's coming. With that, I'll just again ask you to continue the program and lower the level of Lake Conroe. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. John Wakefield, are you here? All right, that doesn't work. And following him will be Melissa Chaffee. Are you here, Melissa? No. Hang on just a second. Rick Walker. Okay, you'll be following this gentleman. Go ahead, John. Sorry.
No problem. My name's John Wakefield, and I want to thank you for doing the program to lower the lake. When we were watching earlier the presentation you put on, it proved that it's working. The lake levels are low enough so that when we have a rain event, it doesn't build up so much that you have to release in a deluge. We in Houston, we in Kingwood, we've been there for a long time. I've lived there for 35 years. And every single flood, I've been there. And the ones I remember the most were 94 and this one, in both situations, like she was said. The deluge is what kind of precipitated the flooding. Now, I'm not here to express blame, because obviously there's a lot of contributing theories. But one of the things we do feel like is whenever it rains in Kingwood, whenever it rains here, we all feel like we're staring down the barrel of a gun. And that is terrifying for us, especially when I live in Barrington as well, which is a neighborhood that flooded and had waist-high water within a period of hours. Now, one theme that I think that has been consistent tonight is that people want to make this into a binary choice for you. Either you let Kingwood die, or you let Lake Houston or Lake Conroe die. I don't believe that is a correct choice. We are all in this together. We're not talking about, we don't want you guys to suffer, and I know you guys don't want us to suffer. And we can't control where the water goes, but what we can control is how much water is retained by Lake Conroe. And so if you're presented in that situation, we won't suffer the deluge again. Whatever you guys are gonna do can't stop the flooding, but you can do the best job that you can, and which is part of your mandate, and that is to continue to lower the levels to make sure that we aren't presented with the same situation that we had in Harvey and in '94. So please, don't put us at the increased risk, because it's not that we want your lake water, it's that we depend on you lowering it. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you very much. Following Rick, we're looking for Deborah Cooper. Not here. Mike Wysetta. All right, you'll be following Rick here. Go ahead, Rick, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Walker, and I own property in both Montgomery and Harris counties. Back in August of 2017, and like most of you today, I was actually able to dock and navigate a boat in my home foyer because we flooded in Harvey. My family thanks you, the SJR board, for all your sincerely hard work over the last 2 years. We know it's been very, very difficult. So we as a family respectfully request two things. Number one, that the citizens of both Lake Houston and Lake Conroe contact their federal and state representatives to encourage immediate, full, and complete funding for the complete dredging, so that we can all continue enjoying lake activities and continue living without the fear of harm to our families as fast as possible. This is an opportunity to work together, not against each other. Number two, tonight, although it began with the best of intentions in mind, has been honestly embarrassing. Individuals in this room have made fun of the 13 individuals who passed away because they lived in the Enclave Senior Living Homes. Shame. We request that you don't make this circus an annual event and instead continue your continued protection for the 3 years it will take to complete the upgraded Lake Houston and Tanner gates without further meetings. 4 points of clarification for misinformation that was presented this evening. Number one, the flooding during Imelda did not occur on the West Fork. It has nothing to do with this conversation. Number two, during Harvey, the San Jacinto River was over 3 miles wide. The city of Houston couldn't have possibly built storm drains that large. Stop blaming the city of Houston. Number three, The floodwaters came from Lake Conroe, and sand pollution was transported primarily by flows from Lake Conroe, and the sand pollution was mined entirely in Montgomery County, and that business benefited Montgomery County's economy solely. This is not a city of Houston issue, this is a regional issue that we've got to work together on. And number 4, the figure that 16% of the water from Lake Conroe flows into Lake Houston is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the issue at hand, which is 25% of water flowing down the San Jacinto River coming from Lake Conroe. So we're talking about the 25% to Lake and into the San Jacinto River, not the 60% into Lake Houston. The San Jacinto did the damage from our perspective. In 2017, after 24 hours after it stopped raining, my home then started flooding. It hadn't rained in 24 hours, and then the floods came. The flood came because the last 25% of the water that eventually hit 24 hours later hit the house. They didn't come from the first 75% of the rainfall.
30 seconds.
That one foot of flooding did $580,000 to my house. $580,000 damage. I was about half a mile from the lake. We did not from the river. We did not have flood insurance because we don't live anywhere near water. $580,000 damage. The other party's website complains about the $14,000 someone spent to replace the bulkhead. Less than 2% of what I spent on my home. And 400 homes in my neighborhood were flooded. That's over $200 million in damage in my neighborhood alone, enough to replace every bulkhead at Lake Conroe twice. The bulkheads are a non-factor in this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mike Lycetta, and he will be followed by Daryl Palmer. Are you here, Daryl? Nope. Daryl left? Oh, you there? All right. We'll let you go next.
Yes, I'm Mike Lycetta. I'm a Kingwood resident. And I heard some issues tonight I'm not quite sure about. I've heard a lot of the conversation about some of the levels affecting commercial real estate, affecting homes, home values, so on and so forth. Perhaps I'm not going to the right source, but there's a uslakes.info that pulls public information and shows that for 2018, 2019, and 2020, Lake Conroe was not below the full pool level of 131 feet, except for that one point it went down 1.25 feet. If this information is wrong, I'd like to be shown that. Also, we had some numbers here about Lake Conroe contributing 14% to the flow. Well, I guess that was during the flood event over a period of time, but what I think I heard was that it contributed 25% to the flow in the West Fork, which is where Kingwood is located. So I'm wondering about that, and perhaps that doesn't even matter because we've heard tonight it's instantaneous flow when the floodgates were open and our houses flooded in a period of not having any water on the streets to I had 4 feet of water. I'll be as quick as I can. There's no scientific studies that have been done to show the lake levels of 1 to 2 feet show habitat loss at Lake Conroe or negative impacts on recreational fishing. No marketing studies have shown when the lake is down 1 or 2 feet, the lakefront businesses are negatively impacted. A Texas A&M study conducted during the drought almost 10 years ago showed a lake level down 3 feet does have a negative impact, but not 1 or 2 feet. If the lake is scheduled to be dropped 1 foot or 2 feet, but the area is in a drought brought on by La Nina weather patterns or something else, then build an option in to delay the release. Consider lowering the lake not 2 feet but 1 foot, but consider a pre-release in the case of an imminent storm with high rainfall totals. We all know the Army Corps of Engineers dredged 500,000 cubic yards of silt from the upper San Jacinto River, but there's the mouth bar, and that's the other 400,000 cubic yards that the city plans to complete the fourth quarter of 2020. The Army Corps of Engineers plans to complete in 2020. Then we got the Lake Houston Floodgate project, which is scheduled for the fourth quarter of 2021. As we may know, the Lake Conroe can release 15 times the amount of water that the lake.
30 seconds.
I lost everything in the Kingwood flood, but my life and those of my family I rebuilt with my own money, which accounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the money won't replace the family photos, the heirlooms, and everything that was gone forever because no one warned Kingwood about the flood. We all woke up in 4 feet of water. If you can't keep the lake lower for 1 more year for dredging or 2 more years for floodgate improvements, then please give me 24 hours to move my possessions upstairs before the floodwaters hit.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Yeah, just get a form and put your name on stuff. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Was there somebody on deck?
Keeping us honest.
Just want to keep this moving.
Oh, yeah, oh, that's good. Just say your name and we'll be. John Sheridan on deck. I was thinking it was that guy. John Sheridan out here. Colleen Rose. She's here. She's gonna pass. Okay, that's perfect. You turn in your form with whether you're for or against and all that. So, Michelle Curtis. All right, you'll follow. Thank you, Michelle. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
My name is Daryl Palmer. I'm with an organization called Taylor's in Montgomery County and Harris County. I'm the national director. I've been living in Kingwood for 19 years, and I went through Ike, and I went through Harvey, and I went through the tax day floods. And during the tax day floods, Conroe released upwards of 38,000 cubic feet per second from Lake Conroe and flooded some of the lower areas of Kingwood. With that knowledge, I would have hoped that the SJRA would have looked forward and calculated what the 80,000 cubic feet per second released during Harvey would have done downstream. That didn't happen. I'd like to give 3 numbers. 41 feet is the normal pool at the San Jacinto River at 59, Highway 59. 57 feet is the level of the river at 11:30 midnight, the night before this release took place. On the map that the gentleman referenced earlier shows the height of height of the San Jacinto River during Harvey, which is the post-release data, shows 69.67 feet, which is almost 70 feet. So you had a 13-foot rise in the San Jacinto River at 59 between midnight and 6 a.m. that next morning. So for those folks that say Conroe or the release from whether it had been by mandate, by your rules, by your rule book, whatever it was, that didn't flood Kingwood, it did. People woke up in 4, 5, 6, 7 feet of water. For those of you who know Kingwood, there's a Wendy's at Rustic Woods by the community center. We were launching boats in front of Wendy's that morning. And the thing I would ask
30 seconds.
Lake Conroe to do is, again, not release that amount of water that quick again. Lake Conroe, as you have said, is 20,000 and change acre feet. So if you release 2 feet of water from the 207 that you're talking about, which the gates will only let you go to 202 from what his information said. So you don't have that 5 foot. So that 1 foot of water is 20,000 acre feet of water.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Michelle, if you'll hold on just a second, I'll see if we got somebody to follow you. Alan Derby, are you here, Alan? No. Gene Purdell? No Gene? Michael Sutton? Drew Smith? Okay, I got that one right. I didn't mispronounce it or anything.